system. In the pharmaceutical sector, our priorities are to reduce dependence on imported raw material, expand local production, and accelerate access to the market. For medical devices, we continue to encourage domestic manufacturing and localizations. In diagnostic and laboratory services, we are strengthening diagnostic capacity, expanding molecular testing, and integrating digital health systems. Within hospital services, growing demand and private sector investment are driving the development of specialist healthcare services. Finally, strengthening the supply chain remains a national priority. We are improving logistics through digital integrations, better distribution system, and strong public-private collaborations to ensure timely and equitable access to health products across the country. Yeah, just integrate the slide before that we have quite big demand from the healthcare sector. So I think it should be supported by the medical countermeasures in the country. And also, I think it is also embedded with the capacity of the regulatory to ensure that the community will get the safety product and the good quality product. So I think this is a very related with the standard also that USB has discussed, USP and BPOM organizing this symposium. So we are very support on this also. And then this is the health system transformations. The government of Indonesia reaffirms its commitment to health system transformations through 6 pillars. Including the strengthening of primary and secondary services, health system resilience. This is under the Ibu Rizka, Ibu Diji, financing reform, health workforce development, and the integration of health technology. In this context, the government places strong emphasis on promoting local productions of pharmaceutical and medical devices as a critical component of building a resilient and self-reliant health system. These efforts aim to enhance service accessibility, ensure long-term sustainability, and foster collaborations with international partners in addressing a global health challenge. And then next, I will highlight our effort to strengthening the regulatory framework that support a resilient and sustainable health system. The government of Indonesia has established a comprehensive policy framework to strengthen the utilization of domestically manufactured pharmaceutical products and medical devices as part of our broader strategy to enhance national health resilience. As the highest level, we have law on hold numbers 17 of 2023, and then this policy are further reinforced through presidential regulations number 46 of 2025, which prioritize domestic products in government procurement by applying a tiered approach based on the domestic local component local for the TKDN, and also the company benefit weight. In addition, the Minister of Health Regulations on health supplies and subsequent ministerial decrees promote the procurement of products with higher domestic content through the national e-catalog system. To ensure this policy are effectively implemented, the reimbursement mechanism under Indonesia National Health Insurance has also been adjusted to recognize the value of the domestically manufactured product or the TKDN value. And then to support these national priorities, Indonesia has strengthened its regulatory framework through ministerial regulations number 5 of 2026 on health supplies. These regulations provide a comprehensive legal framework that governs every stage of the pharmaceutical and medical device life cycle, from planning and production to procure. The planning is based on the national health priorities and evidence generated through the national health system informations. And then second, production promotes compliance with good manufacturing practice while encouraging the use of domestically produced raw materials and components wherever possible. The third, procurement emphasizes efficiency, transparency, and the prioritization of products that strengthen domestic manufacturing capacity while ensuring uninterrupted access to essential health supplies. The fourth, distribution is regulated to ensure that only authorized products enter the supply chains, and that distributions complies the GDP, good distribution practices. Finally, control and monitoring provide continuous oversight through quality control, inspections, pharmacovigilance, and monitoring of supply availability to ensure patient safety and equitable access. Yeah, Indonesia has made significant progress in strengthening domestic pharmaceutical medical devices. This is also be our target or KPI in under DG Riska. Indonesia has successfully produced a dozen of active pharmaceutical ingredients and priority biologics, vaccines, antigens, and hundreds of medical device products domestically. We are also developing a new vaccine platform, including mRNA technology, while expanding radiopharmaceutical productions to support precision medicine. This achievement demonstrates Indonesia's strong commitment to reducing import dependency while building a more resilient health industry ecosystem. And then next slide. To strengthen a sustainable pharmaceutical and medical device ecosystem, the Ministry of Health has implemented strategic measures across research, productions, and also the market access. To further attract investment and innovations, the government offers both fiscal and non-fiscal incentive, including tax incentive, import duty exemptions, government support programs, and accelerated licensing through the online single submission system. Yeah, and then this is the collaborations, the importance of our partnership in strengthening regulatory excellence with a focus on our collaboration with USP and other key stakeholders. Indonesia is also developing several healthcare-focused economic zones and integrated health ecosystem to attract investment. There are Sentul City and also Sanur Bali, Batam Special Economic Zone, and Banten Special Economic Zone. Together, these areas provide strategic platform for investment, not only in hospital, healthcare services, but also in research, medical devices, biotechnological. So I think the science is massively emerging, so it should be followed by the capacity of the regulatory, then we can move faster. And then for the next slide, yeah, this is our international collaborations to strengthen the Indonesia pharmaceutical resilience and innovations. We have collaborations with the BMGF to supporting the tuberculosis eliminations. We have some collaborations in the clinical trial for the new regimen of drugs and also the vaccines trial. In CEPI, Ibu Rizka also be one of the board member of CEPI until next year's. And then currently we are observing the CEPI 100 days missions tabletop exercise. So it's a kind of initiative that develop the vaccines within 100 days from the prototype until implemented to the community. And then also we have the IFC to give the funding, mobilizing private investment to strengthen the pharmaceutical and medical devices, and also Global Fund and others. And then this is the to strengthen our regulatory system. We also require strong international collaboration from the partnership with the United States Pharmacopoeia or USP. Through these collaborations, we are continuously strengthening pharmaceutical quality standards by enhancing the Indonesian Pharmacopoeia and aligning it with internationally recognized scientific and regulatory practices. Our cooperations cover several key areas, including knowledge exchange, and then technical and scientific support, capacity building, and then standard harmonizations and broader regulatory collaborations. And then I think this one is we just would like to present the advancing digital health system that in place in our Ministry of Health. Satu Sehat has expanded its role beyond healthcare services. I think this is the first Satu Sehat, the zero version of Satu Sehat when we had a COVID. So we should, I think it's kind of system to do the to strict the mobilization from the community. So I think That's the very zero versions of the Satu Sehat, but now it has expanded its role beyond healthcare services delivery to support the monitoring of pharmaceutical and medical device supply chains through the Satu Sehat logistic platform. And then, on the upstream side, Satu Sehat Logistik integrates the Ministry of Health procurement also monitoring system with the International Information System of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. On the downstream side, the SMILE applications is currently being enhanced to function as the comprehensive logistic management tool for provincial health offices, district and municipal health offices and healthcare facilities. As part of Indonesia's digital health transformation strategy and the implementations of the One Health Data Initiative, Satu Sehat Logistik will also be interoperable with the Satu Sehat electronic medical record. So I think it is also important to have electronic data, the real-time data to sharpen or to align our policy with the existing conditions that happens in the community. Ladies and gentlemen, digital health transformation is one of the 6 pillars of Indonesian health transformation agenda. As part of this initiative, the Ministry of Health has established the Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices Dictionary. This is the KFA as the national standard master data for pharmaceutical products and medical devices. By providing unique identifiers for each product, the KFA enables interoperability across digital health system and facilitates seamless data exchange among healthcare stakeholders. Yeah, I think I have two more slides left. As part of Indonesian Digital Health Transformation Agenda, the Ministry of Health enacted Minister of Health Regulations number 24 on medical records, which requires all healthcare providers to implement interoperable electronic medical records. Yeah, I think this is the closing from the slides. Indonesia recognized that collaborations play a vital role in addressing current and future public health challenges, promoting sustainable development and building a resilient health ecosystem across the regions. We believe that our collective efforts must be grounded in equity, scientific excellence, and mutual capacity building. We are also proud to contribute by inviting strategic co-investment in areas where innovations with impact and partnership drive sustainable progress, including the strengthening regional manufacturing capabilities, accelerating health technologies and life science, investing in workforce, encouraging PPP, and also implementing inclusive and value-based healthcare models. I think that's all from my side. Over to MC. Thank you.
Give big round of applause for Ibu Eni. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable perspectives on national healthcare priorities and the role of regulatory system in supporting better health outcomes. And for the online participants, you may also give reaction as well. Thank you very much, Ibu Eni. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to regional and international perspective session. This session will provide insight into regional and global regulatory developments, including regulatory convergence, WHO benchmarking expectations, and opportunities to strengthen collaboration through reliance mechanisms. To guide us through this session, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Ruth Lee, Associate Director for Public Policy and Regional Affairs, United States Pharmacopeia.
Hello, good morning. You see me again, but now this time in a different role. Okay, I'm honored to moderate this 2 session here. As you have seen, yesterday we have a sharing by our local regulators around this region, as well as we hear some technical sharing perspectives from our BPOM experts and our some other international experts. Today, we move on to another momentum, and this time around, we will have regional perspectives as well as global perspectives. I think this is something that probably all of us are very interested, how the global set some direction and it cascade down to the region, and how it cascade down to the fellow regulator and and the whole industry. So I think we are very privileged today to have from our ASEAN Secretariat, who is based in Jakarta here, and we are very honored to have Senior Officer from the Standards and Conformance Division, Ms. Senior Officer Sylvia Lashmi Sadi, to give us a presentation and share on ASEAN initiatives on removal of technical barrier to trade in pharmaceutical sector. Let's give her a round of applause to welcome her on stage too.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ruth Lee. A very good morning to everyone. Distinguished delegates from Badan POM as well as the USP. I'm very glad that this morning I see familiar faces from Badan POM, especially not to be gender biased, but from my experience working with Badan POM, the strong and smart lady sitting in front is always be the champion and leading all the discussions at the regional level in ASEAN. So thank you very much for this invitation. And yeah, I'm very glad to be standing in front of you here, invited to be the speaker for the second days. Thank you for Badan POM and USP. My name is Sylvia Sardi. I'm the Senior Officer of the ASEAN Secretariat, and today I will be briefing about the ASEAN initiative in pharmaceutical sectors. I'm using the term of removal of trade barriers to trade, but actually some of you may have been familiar with so-called the regional regulatory convergence. So regulatory convergence is actually part of the this technical barrier to trade. So this is the content of my presentation. And let me begin with the trade figures. This is ASEAN. As of some of you may have been aware, since last year, Timor-Leste has become the 11th member of ASEAN. So we now have 11 members in ASEAN. And ASEAN is one of the economic powerhouse in international trade. We rank as the 4th largest trading bloc globally. ASEAN is sitting behind EU, China, and US. And we account approximately 7 to 8 of the total global merchandise trade. As a regional economy, the total trade in goods reached approximately 3.8 trillion US dollar annually, which is making it one of the fastest growing trade areas worldwide. So if you can see it in the GDP, statistically, ASEAN is always growing. Of course, there was some declining during the COVID-19 at 2020, but immediately we bounced back. So we have now almost, as I mentioned, like 8 trillion US dollars. And as you can, sorry. As you can see here, the contribution to this ASEAN GDP, the largest is Indonesia. And we have also, of course, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and surprisingly, Vietnam. So for the trade figures on pharmaceuticals, it's increased steadily. For the past 10 years, I think last year also for pharmaceuticals, we have reached quite significantly. It increased significantly in pharmaceutical products. So this shows that pharmaceuticals is one of the important products traded among the ASEAN region. So let me now come into addressing the TBT in ASEAN. Let me begin off sharing what is TBT. Some of you may have been understanding this as regulatory convergence, but actually it's part of the technical barrier to trades. So when you export the products to countries, if you face a different standards, that will, of course, make problems in your trading process. And also when you don't have, when you have differences also on the testing, that also another issues. Labeling is also another issue if you would like to trade your product regionally. If the labeling requirements in one country is different than the others, then it's another issue on technical barrier to trade. Testing and certification, as I mentioned, also this is another technical barrier to trade. If you want to export your products into one countries, and that countries require you to do another testing, while actually if you have this mutual arrangement between countries and you can just use one test, so you can reduce your production costs. So again, this is part of what's so-called the technical barrier to trade. So how to address this TBT? Firstly, we do transparency. And this is how each country's build your confidence. So if you share what is your regulations, what is your requirements to the other countries, this will build the confidence among those countries who are having the trading. Secondly is the harmonization of standards. If you have one similar standards among the regions, that will ease your production, ease your trading among the region. Another mechanism, we call it mutual recognition arrangement. So the MRA is talking about the acceptance of testing, the acceptance of inspection results. This will eliminate the duplication of tests, inspection, and ultimately it will save the costs. It will save times and also quicker access. And ultimately, the last mechanism is for the harmonization of the regulation, so-called the regulatory convergence. So at the end, the aim is to have one standards, one test, accepted everywhere. So what is the ASEAN platform to eliminate this TBT in ASEAN? We have so-called the ACCSQ, the ASEAN Consultative Committee on Standards and Quality. And under the ACCSQ, who report to the ASEAN economic ministers, there's one very important product working group, so-called pharmaceutical product working groups. PPWG has been established since 1999, if I believe. It's the longest product working group being established in ASEAN. So since it was one of the old, so-called old product working groups, PPWG has produced numbers of children. So the children's has include the implementation working groups. This is where they do the harmonization of technical requirements. Another child is the GSC on MRA on GMP. The third child was the GSC on MRA on bioequivalence. The fourth child is the joint assessment coordination groups. And the latest one that was born is the ASEAN Pharmaceutical Testing Committee. So what is the objective of PPWG? The PPWG function as the focal for the ASEAN economic community to facilitate the development of the strategy and integration initiative. Of course, to support the reduction of the TBT in pharmaceutical sectors, as well as to access to pharmaceutical products without compromising the safety, efficacy, and quality of pharmaceutical products placed in ASEAN. So the main scope of PPWG work. Firstly, PPWG developed the regional strategy for harmonization and convergence of regulatory standards and technical requirements, guidelines, development of appropriate MRAs and pharmaceutical products. And once all of this developed, then PPWG oversee and monitor all of these implementations. And thirdly, PPWG also try to find technical assistance and capacity buildings to support all of those initiatives. So what are these initiatives that they have been done since the last 1999? Firstly, PPWG has developed and implemented so-called the ASEAN Common Technical Dossier and the ASEAN Common Technical Requirements. This is actually fulfilling one of the major mechanisms that I mentioned in the beginning about how to remove this TBT. So harmonization of standards is one of the mechanisms. And PPWG has implemented this since the past 20 years or more. So ACTD, the dossier, is a standardized application format that being used by pharmaceutical companies to register the new drugs for marketing authorization. So there are 4 parts of this ACTD, and it's also uploaded in the ASEAN website. Secondly is the ACTR. The ASEAN Common Technical Requirements. This is the harmonized regulatory requirements which establish the underlying technical safety and efficacy criteria and to streamline the registration of pharmaceutical products across ASEAN member states. Again, this is part of the marketing authorization process in each of ASEAN member states, but the dossier and the technical requirements has been harmonized. So there are a few guidelines that has been developed and as a technical requirements, and of course this document is also available in the ASEAN website for everyone to have a look and study further. Moving forward, another mechanism that the PPWG has also developed and implemented is the mutual recognition arrangement. So one of the MRA that PPWG has implemented since 2009 is the ASEAN MRA for GMP, the Good Manufacturing Practice Inspection for manufacturers of medicinal products. In 2009, the scope of this MRA is on OTC, and the common reference standards for the acceptance is for using the PICS standards. As of 2025, 5 inspection bodies has been listed under the MRA, which is Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. And not stopping this implementation, then PPWG decided, let's expand this MRA to also include a new areas. So in 2025, last year, a protocol to amend the MRA has been signed by the ASEAN economic ministers. And now the scope is also include the biopharmaceutical products as well as the API. The second MRA that PPWG has been implemented in 2017, since 2017, is the MRA on bioequivalence study report of generic medicinal products. So the scope of this MRA, as mentioned in the annex of the MRA, is for the immediate release oral solid dosage form with systematic action. And the objective of the MRA is for the mutual recognition of bioequivalence study report of generic medicinal products issued by the listed BE center located in the territory of member states, which is the ASEAN member states. And the common reference that being used by this MRA is the ASEAN guidelines for the conduct of bioavailability and bioequivalence studies. then the manufacturer will then also participate in the process of this. So there has been a very good progress in the implementation of this ASEAN joint assessment. And because within the PPWG, we also engage the industry association. So we also receive numbers of inputs from the industry association to improve further on this joint assessment program. So what is going to be the next future work of PPWG? And last month in June, PPWG has finalized its work plan for 2026-2030 for the next 5 years. And it has recently been endorsed by the Parents Committee, the ACCSQ. So in the next 5 years, the first thing that PPWG will implement is, of course, they will monitor, evaluate, and enhance the ongoing initiative, the ACTD and ACTR, the MRA on GMP, the MRA on BE, the ASEAN Joint Assessment, and the post-market alert system. The new initiative that PPWG would initiate for the next 5 years of their work plan is the harmonization of the pharmaceutical testing method, the e-labeling, and the regulatory reliance mechanism. So, okay, this is the last slide. Bear with me. This is a new cross-cutting initiative. This is an initiative between PPWG, which is the trade sectors, as well the ASEAN Health Cluster 4, which is the health sector. What these two sectors now has discussed and initiated is to come up with so-called the ASEAN Pharmaceutical Regulatory Policy. This has been adopted by the ASEAN economic ministers as well as the health ministers in 2022, and whereby this policy set the foundation for the enhanced harmonization of regulatory requirements, deepening the collaboration between ASEAN nation regulators. There are 7 principles in the policy, and this document is also available in the ASEAN website. You are free to download and study about this policy. So as now PPWG needs to also outreach to the other sectors and other initiatives beyond the trade. So this is one of the activities that PPWG has also initiated since 2022. So I think this is the last of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss Sylvia. Don't go yet. There are, although this may not be in the program, but I heard around that they have some burning questions. Of course, based on your presentation, I'm very interested in your 2026 or 2030 plan, and I saw the harmonization of test methods, of course. I'm just wondering, maybe later on we'll see how USP can contribute to that plan of yours. Yeah, but before that, I think I have a burning question from one person first. I allow another 2 more questions, if you will, okay?
Hi, good morning. My name is Stella and I'm from USP. Actually, my question is a follow-up of Ruth's question on the work plan for 2026 to 2030, specifically the harmonization of pharmaceutical test methods. So are you able to articulate or expand a little bit on, what are we looking at in terms of the pharmaceutical test method? Are we looking at drug substance, drug product? And then at this moment of time, are there any international guidance or reference that you are already looking into?
I don't have the information right now on my table, but the testing method has been finalized, and yes, then as one of the last child of PPWG, the ASEAN Pharmaceutical Testing Laboratory Committee will be the one to implement these new guidelines. And I believe they have identified a few. I saw Ibu. She's there. She's one of the leads in APTLC. So you can, yes. Sorry, that. Yes, you're saving me.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. There is two method has been discussed to harmonize in ASEAN in the HPTLC working group for the impurity for nitrosamine and EG and DEG. Yeah, this is two kind of method. Besides, we develop also the harmonization guideline for developing validation and verification. I think that's. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I saved you from all these agony. Never mind,
Yes,
it's okay.
I can always
Thank you.
count off all the ladies from Badan POM.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Sylvia. Let's give her a round of applause. Okay, next we will hear from the global player, which is WHO. Obviously, they can't be here. Okay, it's a bit far. So, but they have given us 2 video presentations. Now, the topics that they are going to touch on will be on the market surveillance, the GPT, the what have you, all those things. That's very important and it's very impactful on every regulatory agency who is going to go through some WHO audits. Okay, the new guidelines, everything will apply, and you need to understand a little bit more on the requirements. We have from WHO 2 speakers. One is Dr. Rutendo Kuana and also Natasha Guerra Simos, and they will take turn to give the presentation. Of course, you can't, it's impossible to ask questions because this is video presentation. Okay, but then anyway, if you do have questions whatsoever, if you do not know where to send, you can send it to me, okay, then I'll redirect, okay. Because I understand that in the yesterday's, some of the Slido questions, it's anonymous. And then when it's anonymous, when you put it up, a bit difficult to answer and address your concerns. But never mind, it's okay. So if anything, my email is ruth.lee@usp.org. Correct, huh? I think, yeah. Okay, kind of cannot remember. So anyway, you just send it to me if you can remember my email, and then I'll try to redirect to the appropriate parties to help address your burning questions. Okay, so before further ado, I think we have the video from WHO.
Good morning to you all, and thank you very much for inviting WHO to make this presentation on regulatory excellence and product quality. There will be 2 presentations, one from myself, Rutendo Kuana. I'm the team lead for market surveillance and control team at WHO headquarters in Geneva. The other part of the presentation will talk about the laboratory work, and my colleague Natasha Simoes Guerras will be talking about the laboratory work. I will talk about the role of the global benchmarking tool, the majority of countries, and also talk about standards-based quality assurance, but as an introduction to what my colleague will be talking about later. But I will be spending a little bit more time talking about the proposed requirements or regulations that WHO is proposing for control of high-risk excipients. So this presentation really will explore how regulatory maturity contributes to product quality, using evidence from WHO benchmarking assessments that have been conducted. I will also highlight common regulatory gaps, the priority actions that countries are implementing through institutional development plans, IDPs, and how these improvements support quality assurance of medicines, including pharmaceutical excipients. The quality of medicines really depends not only on the manufacturers, but also on the effectiveness of regulatory oversight throughout the product life cycle. So this means weak oversight creates opportunities for quality failures, supply chain vulnerabilities, and falsified products to reach the patients. World Health Assembly Resolution 6720 recognized regulatory strengthening as a fundamental requirement to global health security. So it means every improvement in regulatory capacity translates directly into safer products for patients and greater public confidence in health systems. GBT, Global Benchmarking Tool or Maturity, is not merely a score. It reflects the extent to which regulatory functions are consistently implemented, coordinated, and capable of protecting public health. So countries need to progress from maturity level 1, where some elements exist, through maturity level 2 and maturity level 3, up to maturity level 4, which is the best in class, where we actually see that there's continuous improvement embedded in the system. Maturity level 3 is the internationally accepted benchmark, a stable, integrated system that can be relied upon by other regulators and international partners. Reaching maturity level 3, therefore, is not the end of the journey, but it signals that the fundamental regulatory functions are working together. So we have some findings from 34 national regulatory authorities that were benchmarked between 2016 and 2024. The findings that we actually realized that many countries still face foundational regulatory challenges. Of the 34 national regulatory authorities from the different countries, 63% were operating below maturity level 3, which, as I said earlier, is the global target. Nearly half were at maturity level 1, which is the earliest stage in the maturity level of a regulatory system. So this is not just a scoring exercise. During the exercise of the 34 national regulatory authorities, we generated over 1,200 institutional development plans, concrete actions countries have committed to implement. Most importantly, the gaps are generally not isolated technical deficiencies, but we realize that there are systemic issues affecting multiple regulatory functions simultaneously, ranging from market surveillance, pharmacovigilance, inspections, laboratory testing as well. So these appear as challenges together because they are actually interdependent. So what were the common deficiencies and priority actions that were identified from the 34 national regulatory authorities? So there were some recurring deficiencies which reveal where regulatory strengthening efforts can yield the greatest impact. The pattern is actually very telling. The top gaps are not about lacking legislation or infrastructure. They're actually about procedures, communication, and risk-based decision-making. And I would like to underline risk-based decision-making there. Recall and disposal systems generated the most institutional development plans, so 67 of them, followed by stakeholder communication and adverse event management. This is pharmacovigilance. So this pattern actually suggests that many countries do not need entirely new structures, but actually they would best work towards stronger operationalization of existing regulatory functions. So this is a hopeful message. It means real improvement is achievable through focused practical actions. Maturity level 3 should not be viewed as the end point. High-performing regulators continue strengthening communication systems. They also have to implement large reliance mechanisms, surveillance programs as well to respond to evolving risks. What we observe in these systems is a common set of characteristics. They communicate effectively with stakeholders, they take risk-based decisions, they engage industry and civil society, they implement their procedures, not just documented procedures, but actually being implemented in practice. And they also continuously monitor and improve. So even the most mature regulators generate institutional development plans at every benchmarking cycle that WHO does. So that commitment to continuous improvement in itself is a defining marker of maturity of the regulatory system. Although laboratory deficiencies were not the most common gaps identified during the benchmarking, they actually underpin effective market surveillance and enable detection of quality defects through the supply chain. So from the 1,200 IDPs, 94 were actually identified for laboratory testing alone. So the use of standards, whether pharmacopoeial, secondary, reference, and analytical standards actually provide the common language through which regulators, laboratories, and manufacturers evaluate quality. And critically, regulatory maturity determines how effectively these tools are used. So mature systems apply risk-based testing, use laboratory information effectively, establish reliance arrangements, and ensure consistent oversight. Standards without maturity remain just paper standards, not practiced. My colleague Natesia will talk a little bit more about the work that we are doing with regards to the regulatory actions for laboratories. Again, if we look at the benchmarking findings, we see that they actually suggest that many of the same regulatory weaknesses affecting finished products can also compromise excipients, so the oversight of excipients. Contamination incidents where several children died due to poisoning from diethylene glycol and ethylene glycol, and also recent evidence of nitrosamines have shown tragically how starting material failures reach patients. Complex international supply chains, supply qualification challenges, falsification of documents, certificates of analysis, shipment documents with regards to source, and variable oversight across the jurisdictions all concentrate risk on excipients. So often the least visible link in the supply chain is the excipients. So effective control requires 5 regulatory functions working together, coming from licensing, inspections, laboratory testing, market surveillance, and quality risk management. So stronger regulatory systems actually strengthen both finished product and starting material control at the same time. So I'd just like to talk about what we call the WHO Starting Materials Certification Scheme, or SMARCS. So we have developed a white paper, and this white paper actually puts forward 6 concrete proposals. Firstly, we must maintain and modernize the scheme so that it stays aligned with regional and global practices for control or movement of starting materials. Secondly, the white paper also proposes that we must expand not only from the APIs or the finished product, but we must also cover other APIs, not just synthetic ones, but we need to narrow down to high-risk excipients. Using existing WHO guidelines, ICH guidelines, and other GMP requirements that are available globally. The third thing that the white paper on control of movement of starting materials, including excipients, actually promotes the strengthening of regulatory oversight while preserving the principle that manufacturers and marketing authorization holders, not the regulators, remain accountable for quality. Fourthly, we must build on existing quality assurance frameworks rather than replacing them. The fifth point that the white paper proposes is that we must keep membership voluntary. In other words, the countries that are members of SMARCS, it has to remain voluntary, it must not be mandatory, but we must ensure that joining, those regulatory authorities that are joining must accept responsibilities that come with their participation. The sixth one talks about formalizing governance with a centralized coordination functions that leverages technology for work sharing and information exchange. And this is where WHO comes in. So the way we see it as WHO is that these 6 proposals will define the future of the starting materials certification scheme and how it should evolve in the future. So for us, the starting materials certification scheme is not just a standalone certification scheme which is removed from the national regulation. Its role as WHO, we believe, is to complement and strengthen mature regulatory systems. Its 5 purposes actually align with the priorities we saw in the benchmarkings that I was talking about. That is information sharing, reliance and recognition, mutual trust, and quality assurance across the whole supply chain. The ongoing SMARCS discussions that we're having with regulators and industry showing that we are increasingly have to focus on 3 open questions. First question, of course, is should SMARC's participation be linked to GBT maturity level? So we know a member national regulatory authority can meaningfully fulfill its role when it has maturity level 3 or maturity level 4. The other question that we are asking is should the excipient oversight be built into the future of the GBT tool itself, given that starting material risks to reach the patients as directly as the finished product. The third question that we are asking is how can we strengthen reliance mechanisms so that trusted assessments are used and reused rather than duplicated. So these are the conversations that we invite you in this meeting and in comments directly to the WHO to help us to shape. So the future is not about creating separate systems, but every regulatory challenge. Rather, it is about connecting mature regulatory systems, information sharing platforms, and quality assurance mechanisms into a coherent global framework. So if you look at the cascade from the top to the bottom, global benchmarking maturity is the foundation. From maturity, it flows down to regulatory functions, and from those, effective laboratories and surveillance. That in turn produces reliable quality information, which is the currency of mutual trust and reliance. And reliance is what delivers safer products and stronger supply chains at scale. The supporting tools on the right are not competing initiatives. So the global surveillance and monitoring system, which is what we use to report incidents of confirmed or suspected substandard and falsified medical products, the pharmacopoeias, international and local and regional pharmacopoeias, national quality control laboratories, reliance frameworks, and the SMARCs itself all connect into the same architecture. Our task is to keep them integrated, not siloed. So to conclude, regulatory maturity is strongly associated with better quality oversight. And that association is now supported by systemic evidence from these 34 national regulatory authorities that we benchmarked. Most benchmarked authorities still operate before maturity level 3, but importantly, the most consequential gaps are procedural and organizational rather than legislative, which means meaningful improvement is achievable through focused, practical actions. Strong laboratories support but do not replace strong regulatory systems. Improvements in market surveillance, inspections, and risk-based decision-making strengthen regulatory oversight on medicines and excipients alike. So when we look at SMARCs, we see that it does provide a potential platform for reliance, collaboration, and quality assurance across the supply chains. So the recommendations from WHO for regulators are on the right. In other words, we are saying we need to prioritize high-frequency institutional development plans, IDPs. We need to strengthen risk-based surveillance. We need to enhance communication and alerts and invest in laboratories and standards. We also need to expand reliance and integrate excipient oversight into broader quality risk management. So regulatory excellence is not built through a single program or a single standard. It is built through mature systems, effective laboratories, robust surveillance, and trusted collaboration. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for giving WHO the opportunity to present to you. Unfortunately, we will not join you in person or virtually, considering the time difference between Geneva and where you are. Thank you very much, and I remain available for any comments through the organizers of the meeting.
To everyone, my name is Natercia Guerra Simões. I'm a technical officer at the Market Surveillance and Control team at WHO headquarters in Geneva. I will present on WHO quality standards on market surveillance and control as inputs to regulatory excellence, and this is in continuation of the previous presentation from Rutendo Kowana, which is the team lead for the market surveillance and control team. And it's a pleasure to be able to share this with. So international standards provide a comprehensive framework to standardize laboratory operations, ensure regulatory compliance, enhance efficiency, and mitigate risks. More than setting out the rules, it is also important that the laboratory is able to, in a very clear manner, to issue reliable results to the authority in a very timely manner, but also be able to use its resources the best way possible. And I would like to highlight as an introduction something which is written on the good practices for pharmaceutical quality control laboratories as laid out in the WHO Technical Report Series 1052 Annex 4, which was published in 2024. And I will dwell into that further on, which states that the quality of a medicine sample to be correctly assessed needs to be perfectly understood why the analysis is being requested. It needs to be planned, correctly performed, and also competently evaluated. So when we look at a reliable result, we touch several areas within the quality management system, from planning to issuing the results, but also looking at traceability, which is deeply connected with data integrity, the testing itself, ensuring that all the parameters of the method validation were in place, all the verifications were done, the equipment was duly qualified, and make sure that the laboratory also follows accurately the reference document. So how do we connect laboratory testing with market surveillance within the WHO benchmarking tool, and touching the previous presentation as well? So when we look at the concept of a risk-based market surveillance, we can look at two areas, which is the risk-based sample, the identification of the products which are going to be tested, but also the risk-based testing, not looking at the testing parameters which have a higher risk, and these are the ones that the laboratory is going to implement, and not instead of implementing all the testing parameters which either are described in the compendial monograph or in the market authorization specification. So this is very important to clarify, because sometimes when we are doing GBT assessments, this comes up as a surprise, and laboratories are very puzzled because this seems not to be clear. But nevertheless, it's important to say it's not only the laboratories are not doing only testing, but they are giving inputs to market surveillance and market control function, because the testing performed in laboratories provide not only results, but also can provide trend analysis. We can see if there are tendencies going on in the market with specific type of samples, regardless of their manufacturers. But also laboratories can identify the risk associated with certain terminologies, sample complexity, issues that arise during testing or even during the preparation of testing. And this will feed the risk tool for market surveillance. So this is bidirectional. And of course, any scientific confirmation through laboratory testing will support any market control decision. Also, it can respond, and most times will respond to the root cause of any quality defect, complaint, and also substandard and falsified product investigations. And this will support as well reasoning for recall, any enforcement action, and also international efforts. So when we look at the WHO GBT, we can see that there is a chain of evidence between market control function and laboratory function. So market control will identify the risks, laboratory testing function will assess compliance and the quality status, and this will feed again market control to take regulatory action. And never forget that laboratories are bidirectional, so this is not one way, this is both ways. So looking at the WHO guidelines as an input to regulatory excellence, let me highlight you a few. So we can look at guidelines related with market surveillance and control, others directly related with laboratory testing, and other supporting guidelines, especially to laboratory testing. For guidelines directly related with market surveillance and control, I would like to highlight three. The first one has been published in June in the 59th report of the WHO Expert Committee on Specification for Pharmaceutical Preparations, following the meeting from last year, October. And this is the Annex 9 on good regulatory practices for market surveillance and control of medical products. If you haven't read it, I strongly advise you to do it. Also from 2021, there is a guidance on post-market surveillance and market surveillance of medical devices, including IVDs. And we have also from 2016, apologies for that, the TRS 966, Annex 7, guidelines on the conduct of service for the quality of medicines, which is also a very helpful document. When we look at laboratory testing, also in the 59th report, which was issued in June 2026, I would like to highlight, most importantly, Annex 5. Annex 5 is, let's call it a revamping of the WHO pre-qualification of quality control laboratories procedure. Which has now been called WHO Listing of Quality Control Laboratories. So the rules in place do not change significantly, but the concept changes in the sense that pre-qualification is mostly directed at products, so medicines, vaccines, IVDs, and the listing is more directed as two entities, so it would make sense to change the pre-qualification of QCLs into WHO listing of QCLs. So the rule stands. I will not dwell much into that, but the naming is changes. From 2024, we have the latest version of the WHO Good Practices for Pharmaceutical Quality Control Laboratories, TRS 1052 Annex 4. From 2016, a very interesting document, which if you are not aware of it, I would suggest that you take a look at it, which is TRS 1010 Annex 5, WHO Guidance on Testing of Suspect Falsified Medicines, and also a document, another one which is really important for laboratory testing and will soon start its revision, the WHO Good Practices for Pharmaceutical Microbiology Laboratories, which is complementary to the GPP-QCL, the last version issued in 2024. So for other related guidelines, I would like to highlight two groups of guidelines, one related with reference standards and another one with good manufacturing practices. So with reference standards, recently in May 2026, there was the issuance of a recommendation on the preparation, characterization, establishment, and use of WHO International Biological Reference Standards, which replaces the previous guideline, and also we have another guideline related with chemical reference standards, which I will mention in the next in the next item for revisions. So with the GMP guidelines, I would like to highlight also the guideline on quality risk management. Similar to the chemical reference standards guideline, is also under revision and expected to be approved in 2026. So this is highlighted here in orange, as you can see. But further to the quality risk management, which, by the way, in the revision of the GPPQCL in 2024, it's much more embedded and clearly mentioned in the document, which was not the case previously. We also have TRS 1033 Annex 4 guideline on data integrity from 2021, the good chromatography practices from 2020, and of course from 2019, the guidelines on validation. If you are not aware of these guidelines, I would urge you to look at them. Also in our website under Health Products Policy and Standards, you have a very long list of GMP related guidelines, and from those guidelines we really take a lot of good information and supporting information for the work developed by the National Quality Control Laboratories. So for new WHO guidelines, I will highlight three. Two expected to be approved in 2026 and another one in 2027. So we have the new WHO guideline on selection and use of detection technologies. And this guideline was proposed following the member state mechanism decision on providing the member states with such type of document, because this has been a need highlighted by several member states. Also, we have the good practices for regulatory oversight of the disposal of medical products throughout their life cycle. This is a very, very detailed, interesting document, which will provide the laboratories with also guidance on what to do with the medical products that they are either testing or disposing. And for 2027, the guidance on design of quality control laboratories. This is a very, very complex guidance expected to be ready for approval in 2026, but we decided to postpone it a little longer so that the document is a truly useful document for national quality control laboratories or any other laboratory, by the way, which intends to either refurbish their current facilities or build new ones in compliance with WHO requirements, but also general international good practices for the design of laboratories. So now I will further detail on what the GPPQCL tells us about reference standards. But first of all, I would just like to highlight that the first version of the GPPQCL was published in 1999, and it was mainly focused on national quality control laboratories. It has evolved, now includes any laboratory, be it from a manufacturer, contract laboratory, private laboratory, or a national one. So the rules apply in general to all of them. So when there is a WHO GMP inspection to a manufacturer, this guideline is also used when assessing the quality control laboratory of that manufacturer. So in terms of applicability, this is the base document for the WHO pre-qualification of quality control laboratories. As you might remember from one of my previous slides, this document, the TRS 1003 Annex 13, has been replaced by the WHO listing of quality control laboratories published this year, which does not change much from the previous document. Now it has it has a flow chart which enables to better clarify how the procedure works, but there aren't many major differences. So the rule is always the same. You apply, you are assessed, mainly with an on-site assessment, you are found compliant with WHO requirements, you are listed. If you are found non-compliant with WHO requirements, then you will not be listed. In any case, if along the way, after you become listed, you are found non-compliant in another assessment, you will be delisted. Of course, this is not as linear as I'm saying. We will look at the situation on a case-by-case basis, but being listed the first time does not guarantee you that you will be listed until the rest of your life. So this is one thing that I would like to highlight. This is work in progress. You need to keep up with the compliance with the requirements. So just as a note, the audits to WHO contracted laboratories for vaccines, although they are focused on ISO 17025, also include requirements from the WHO GPPQCL and any WHO GXP. And furthermore, when you look at the GBT and the laboratory testing function, you will see that there is reference to pre-qualification requirements. So this is all interconnected, but not completely overlapping. I would just like to show you, for those of you who haven't looked at the TRS 1052 Annex 4, so the GPPQCL, this is the index of the document. And if you will look at item 5, resources, where you find personnel, premises, equipment, instruments, and devices, reagents and materials, and reference substances and reference materials are located under resources. And before we go for some details on the reference standards, I would just like to highlight another item which is very important to clarify. The GPPQCL talks about compliance testing and investigative testing, and because we are not going to detail on the several components of a quality management system, this is what I would like to tell you. So when we have samples for compliance testing and investigative testing, both of them will need to comply with the quality management system. So there is no skipping of steps. Although compliance testing is a more standardized way to look at testing of samples, because usually we have a compendial method or we have the method from the manufacturer, the rules are very, very clear and set out. When we look at investigative testing, we need to also think out of the box. Many times we can get samples which are coming from an hospital, and we know that there were a few deaths, and we're not going to go for a full compendial testing or full testing in accordance to the market surveillance dossier, market authorization dossier, apologies for that. But we will probably go for specific parameters. Another situation is when we get completely unknown samples, and we will try to figure out what the sample contains to identify if they are posing a risk to public health. So more than being illegal samples, do they represent a risk to public health? And that requires really thinking out of the box. Let's have a LCM-SMS method for screening or a GCM-SMS method for screening. And just combining all of those will require thinking out of the box and out of the strict compendial testing and strict market authorization documentation. But this will not make us skip the rules for reference standards and reference materials. So what we have laid down in the GPPQCL is that whenever you're using compendial methods and there is a compendial reference standard available, this is the one which should be used. If it's not available, and sometimes this is the case, that you have a reference, for instance, to a reagent grade reference standard, which is also possible, because the quality from a reagent grade in that specific case, and I would like to highlight that in that specific case, is more than suitable for the intended use, then you should aim at reference standards from a reputable commercial source or supplied by the manufacturer of the approved pharmaceutical product. And WHO discourages the use of secondary reference standard when primary reference standards are available and suitable for the intended use. And of course, the rule should be always to check the suitability of the reference standard before use. And this is the suitability of the reference standard, not the suitability of the method. So this is different. And please take care of this difference. So please always make sure that the data integrity of the reference standards and materials are ensuring the traceability of results, and detailed documentation should be in place. Also, you need to make sure that you have clear rules and the rationale whenever using secondary reference standards. You need to assess the quality of the reference standard, look at the content of the certificate of analysis, check if the parameters described in the certificate of analysis make sense for that reference standard. I remember seeing COAs from secondary reference standards coming from manufacturers with identification and purity of the reference standard. That's absolutely unacceptable. So fitness of purposes for that reference standard, and also risks associated with the use. Whenever assuming to use a secondary reference standard, when you have other options, you should base that on a risk assessment to make sure that you clearly demonstrate that there is a scientific base to do that choice. When looking at fitness for purpose, I remember a few years ago back at the laboratory of my NRA, we had the situation looking at using reference standard from one pharmacopoeia in the monograph of another pharmacopoeia, because the synthetic route was different, and the reference standard from pharmacopoeia A was actually containing impurities which were affecting the response of the reference standard in the method of pharmacopoeia B. So fitness for purpose in the methodology in which the reference standard is going to be used is also critical, because you can have errors in your analysis if this isn't so. So storage conditions to be ensured, transport, receipt, and storage of the reference materials also are critical, and reconciliation of the reference standards, not only the samples, but the reference standards, to understand which are the amounts being used in the testing, to understand if we have freshly prepared solutions, where did we use the reference standard, also accounts for the traceability of the result. So, and before the end of my presentation, I would like to one key point, because compliance with the recommendations provided in WHO guidelines will help to promote international harmonization of laboratory practices, and will facilitate cooperation among the laboratories and mutual recognition of results. So successful WHO assessment also provides you with trust by other laboratories. Most laboratories, and the vast majority of laboratories, are not capable of perform all the testing and need to rely on others. So implementation of international standards, recognition of these international standards, and of course I highlight WHO international standards, which are strict, but also provide much more assurance of the work being performed, and the technical competency of the laboratory should be in place, enabling reliance. And with this, I thank you for your attention, and please do make sure if you have any questions to contact our team on LNS Fax for any question related with biologicals, LNS Meds with any question related with medicines, and also IVDs and pre-qual labs to any question related with WHO pre-qualification / WHO listing of quality control laboratories. And thank you.
Thank you, WHO, for a very comprehensive rundown of the new requirements. And I think to all our national quality labs, I think this is something that is very important. And I think as WHO develop and improve and strengthen in their measures, more and more things were put in place, more stringency, and all for the sake of protecting public health to make sure that the products that is being sold or found in the market are of good quality. Imagine us being the consumer, go to any pharmacy, you pick up something, we trust the pharmacy or you trust a regulator who's governing the control of the quality of the drugs. So let's have this in mind, okay? And don't take shortcut, don't compromise, especially on quality. You can compromise on your LV bag or Chanel bag, but not drugs, okay? Because drugs are something that you take and your body is the one that responds, okay? So to the industry players, understand the challenge that our regulators are facing, okay? As much as they need to conform to all these requirements because of the certification renewal. These things will definitely impact on you, right? So don't complain. Okay, we are all into this together. We are in this whole ecosystem whereby one party controls, another party supply, and all must be in the same language. Okay, and more important, dollar sign probably is secondary, but I think patient safety, including you and me, is of utmost importance. So with this, actually, there is a segment whereby I think there is a appreciation to our speaker, who is Senior Officer Ms. Sylvia Sadi, and I think BPOM would like to. Ibu Linda? Yeah. I'd like to show appreciation to our dear ASEAN Secretariat. Let's give them a round of applause. Choto, another photo. Okay, so now we are moving on to the makan session now. We have food out there. 10:45, be back here, okay? And we will have the next round is all the forum, basically a lot of discussion, okay? I hope that panel speakers who are here, sitting up there, don't feel nervous lah. Just be yourself later on and share candidly, okay? So let's dismiss and go out and then eat already. Come back here 10:45, okay? Thank you. Slides can share. Stakeholders. Slides. We can share the PDF.
Thank you.
Panel speakers to go up, or you want Chris? Ibu Nova. Who? Oh. Chris. And then will you be introducing the speaker, panel speakers? No, right? No. Okay, so he will do that. Okay. Invite the moderator.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this room. I kindly invite you over there who are not still sitting in your seat. Please have a seat because we will continue the next session. The next session is about the regulatory engagement. In this session, we'll provide a platform for regulatory authorities to exchange experiences, discuss implementation challenges, and share best practices related to inspection, readiness, regulatory reliance, and strengthening quality oversight. To facilitate this discussion, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Chris Cowell, Vice President for International Government Regulatory Affairs, United States Pharmacopoeia.
Hi, thank you for the kind introduction. So yesterday you had me right after lunch. Today you have me right before lunch. So we'll try and keep this on time. We're going to have another panel discussion. I'd like to invite the panelists to stage. So from BPOM, we have Ibu Nova Imelda, and then also Dr. Shanti Marlena. From PMDA, we have Dr. Magayo-san, and from Malaysia, Dr. Naraida, and then also from TGA, Paul Hewlett. So please join me on stage. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I think Bunova is coming.
She's coming, okay.
Yeah, she's coming.
We'll just give one more minute. In the meantime, I'll just frame the conversation that we're going to have for a bit. So this discussion is intended to be among representatives from national regulatory authorities and be as candid as we can, understand what some of the best practices, some of the operational challenges, and also an eye to solutions. We're going to start with a presentation from Magawa-san, and then after that, we're going to go into some Q&A. Start at a high level and then drill down to some specific areas. If I can also ask for the technical team, if you could put back up the QR code from Slido, because we very much welcome questions from the audience. You can raise your hand, you can put them into Slido as well. Welcome, thank you. I also want to take this opportunity in the the panel that we did, I was moderating yesterday. We did get a few technical questions for USP. But I was not able to address them here. But if you did submit a question through Slido in the panel discussion to USP yesterday, I would encourage you to look for one of our APEX staff, perhaps Mink Young or Ruth Lee. They can direct your question and answer as needed. So thank you. But then again, maybe we'll start. Magawa-san, do you want to give a presentation? Then we'll go into discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to second time to present here. So I would like to share Japanese pharmacopoeia for the perspective on how pharmacopoeia standards can support regulatory reliance and scientific dialogue across the APAC region. As I work in the JP Secretariat, my remarks will focus specifically on pharmacopoeia standards and the scientific collaboration. From this perspective, I would like to discuss how pharmacopoeia can serve as a common scientific foundation for cooperation and mutual understanding among the regulators. When we think about pharmacopoeia, we often think of a monograph and analytical procedures. However, pharmacopoeias play a broader role in the regulatory environment. They provide publicly available quality standards that can be understood and applied by regulators, manufacturers, and laboratories. Across the APEC region, regulatory system may differ. However, we all share the same goal, ensuring that medicine consistently meet appropriate quality standards. From the JP perspective, Pharmacopoeia help establish a common scientific understanding of the quality requirements. This shared understanding supports scientific dialogue among the regulators and provide an important foundation for regulatory cooperations. In this sense, Pharmacopoeia standards can contribute to create oversight and create conditions that facilitate regulatory reliance. This brings me to the next point, the relationship between Pharmacopoeia standards and reliance. Reliance is becoming an increasingly important concept in regulatory practice. From the JP perspective, the confidence in commonly understood quality pharmacopoeia quality standards is one of the key factors that support regulatory reliance. Pharmacopoeia provide transparent and scientifically established requirements for medicine quality, including quality attribute, analytical procedure, and acceptance criteria. Because these standards are publicly available and developed through scientific evaluations, they help create a common understanding among the regulatory authorities. When regulators share confidence in the scientific basis of quality standards, scientific discussion becomes more efficient and mutual understanding is strengthened. As reliance is not simply accepting another authority's decision, it requires understanding and trusting the scientific basis behind that decision. In this respect, Pharmacopoeia standards can provide an important scientific foundation for regulatory reliance. So while Pharmacopoeia standards provide an important scientific foundation, practical challenges remain. One challenge is that different authorities may refer to different pharmacopoeia, including national, regional, and international standards. In addition, differences in the terminology, monographs, and general tests can sometimes lead to different interpretations or implementation approaches. And another challenge is the rapid evaluation of science, new analytical technology, and increasing complex products require continuous revision of pharmacopoeia standards. Finally, the effective use of standards depends on the scientific expertise, experience, and opportunity for technical exchange. So from the JP perspective, the challenge is often not whether standards exist, but how they can be implemented and applied consistently. So therefore, technical exchanges, training, and dialogue among the regulatory authorities remains essential. These challenges are shared across the region and provide opportunity for continued collaboration among the pharmacopoeia and the regulatory authorities. JP experience suggests that transparency, international convergence, and practical accessibility are important factors for the effective use of the pharmacopoeia standards. From JP perspective, one practical way to support regional cooperation is through the sharing the experience. JP has accumulated experience in several areas that may contribute regulatory dialogue in the region. First, JP has been participating in the international convergence activity such as PDG, harmonization, and ICH. As a result, JP implemented ICH quality guidelines, including Q4B pharmacopoeia test methods. And second, JP is developed through a transparent and expert-based process, including public consultations and the response to user inquiries. The third aim, JP aimed to make pharmacopoeia information accessible and practical. For example, not only Japanese version, but an English version is available free of charge, and JP provides a reference spectra that can support practical identification testing. And fourth, JP has been referenced in some Asian countries, including Vietnam, Thailand, and the Philippines. From the JP perspective, these experiences are not intended to promote a single standard. Rather, they are examples of how pharmacopoeia standards can support mutual understanding, scientific dialogue, and capacity development among the regulators. In conclusion, I would like to leave 3 key messages from JP perspective. First, pharmacopoeias provide a common scientific basis for assessing medicine quality. Second, shared understanding of quality standards can support confidence and facilitate regulatory reliance. Third, continued scientific dialogue remains essential for addressing practical challenges and strengthening the capacity across the region. From the JP perspective, pharmacopoeias are not only collection of the standards. They also provide a platform for scientific exchanges and mutual understanding among the regulators. By sharing practical experience in harmonization, transparent standard setting, and accessible pharmacopoeia information, JP will continue to contribute to scientific dialogue and to our shared goal of ensuring access to quality medicine across the APEC region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Magawa-san, for that. And I think we'll be able to incorporate some of the use of standards in the discussion. To start, again, I'm going to start at a baseline, and then we'll go into some specific areas. So I think I'll ask each of the panelists here, recognizing you're in specific areas within your NRA. To start, looking across your authority's quality oversight and responsibilities, what would you say are some of the top operational challenges that you face?
Yes, because I'm working, I am currently the head of the GMP Inspectorate unit. So the current challenge that we have to deal with so many inputs because of digitalization and data. And we have to move forward from just, oversight by the cycle of inspection to move and shift our mindset, becoming continuously oversighting the compliance of the manufacturer. This kind of thing that we have to adapt, and where the convergence, reliance, collaboration is coming into in a very critical position. Imagine if the signal, like digitalization, the complexity of the technology, manufacturing, is now advancing, and the regulator have a challenge to cope with this advancement of technology. Then of course the reliance, the collaboration, it's very important. We are no longer just doing on-site inspection. We are dealing with data. We are dealing with signal. And these signals, we can understand how well is the companies is doing in their routine operation. I think that is the short one, and then we'll further collaborate with my presentation later on.
Thank you. I think you raised some really good points, and I think we'll get back to the idea of AI and digitization and some of the opportunities but challenges that it also presents. Dr. Shanti, would you like to add? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Shanti, sorry. Ivanova, would you like to add any more?
Yes, thank you. Since I'm in charge for the market surveillance and control, so the one that's challenge is, as you know, that Indonesia is archipelago with more than 17,000. So maintaining the consistent regulatory implementation, inspection, and post-market surveillance across all region requires strong coordination and a risk-based approach. So another challenge is to keeping pace with the rapid evolution of pharmaceutical technologies. As more complex products like biological product, ATMPS, and innovative manufacturing technologies become available. So we need to continue strengthen our regulatory capacity, update technical standard, and enhance the competency of our inspector and assessor. And then to address this challenge, Badan POM continues to strengthen the risk-based oversight, enhance digital regulatory system, implement a robust quality management system, and expand international collaborative. I think that's my additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nagao-san, do you have any perspectives from Japan in terms of operational challenges that you face?
Perspective, one of the key challenges is not whether quality standards exist, but how they are implemented, interpreted, and applied consistently across the different regulatory environments. Regulators may rely on the different pharmacopoeias for guidance documents and the technical references. So difference in the terminology and test method and the implementation practice can sometimes lead to different interpretations. Another challenge is keeping the pace for rapid scientific and technological changes. So pharmacopoeia standards need to evolve continuously. So therefore, maintain scientific expertise and technical exchange and the regulator dialogue remain essential.
Okay, challenges in Malaysia, I think to keep up with all the new regulation, and then in Malaysia, I think the most challenging part is that the human resource. So we have in Malaysia like 600 manufacturing to be to look into for the GMP purpose. So we, in terms to resolve this issue about human resource, we implement race-based approach like Indonesia as well. So for those who's critical manufacturing, we do inspection more. And then I think reliance is the most important things for the foreign GMP, because at the moment in Malaysia, we say that for our team GMP, we always go to India. We say that India is a GMP second house, second home, because most of our inspection go to India and China. So I hope that the reliance can extend to India and China as well.
Thank you for that. Paul, any perspectives from TGA?
Thanks, Chris. And just preface my answer by saying that I'm not part of the manufacturing quality branch, but I think, the challenges are pretty clear in terms of the operating environment. The complexity of therapeutic goods is increasing. The diversity of therapeutic goods is increasing. The volume of work is going up. And then as a compounding to that, the funding for agencies in real terms is not going up. Human resources not going up. And for inspectorates, this is one of the most financially draining parts of an agency. You need very highly skilled, highly experienced staff to carry out this work. And I think given increasing workloads, it's very hard to balance the requirements and the burden on those individuals, because one thing that can't be compromised is quality. So this is where the risk-based approach for us becomes incredibly important. We do have a number of avenues to leverage, including mutual recognition agreements, memorandums of understanding, other cooperative arrangements that are long-standing, but still the workload is enormous. And I think one of the things that we haven't mentioned yet, but probably will, is that's been compounded because I think we're still feeling the after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the limitations that placed on an inspection capability at that time, and it's got a long tail that we're still feeling, at least in Australia.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think all NRAs, regardless of maturity level, are going to struggle with workload and human resources issues. I also want to apologize because we actually do have two other panelists that have some remarks. So Dr. Shante, can I invite you to make some remarks?
Yeah. Yeah. So good morning, distinguished colleagues, fellow regulators, and also partners here, our counterparts. It's great pleasure for me to representing BPOM and today I would like to share Indonesian perspective on the inspection readiness, regulatory reliance, and quality oversight. But more importantly, I would like to discuss one key question. How can we move from the simply conducting inspection independently, forward sharing inspection outcome, and relying on each other regulatory work without compromising public health protection? So our experience tells us that the answer starts with one fundamental principle. Reliance is built on trust, and trust is built on strong and credible quality system. And then I will go briefly through the 5 areas: an overview of BPOM, role of inspection quality system, experience and perspective on the reliance of GMP inspection, and discuss how can we move forward to greater international inspection sharing, and we'll conclude with several key takeaways. Okay, Indonesia presents a unique regulatory environment. We have large, diverse pharmaceutical manufacturing,
landscape, serving a population of more than 280 million people with growing number of pharmaceutical and biological product manufacturers. Our regulatory responsibility covers on the broad spectrum, including from the just conventional pharmaceutical products, raw material to vaccine, biosimilar, broad establishment, and stem cell products, and also increasingly complex advanced therapies. This diversity scale creates a fundamental challenge. We must ensure that the oversight remains risk-based, scientifically sound, and internationally aligned, while the same thing being efficient through the response to increasing regulatory demands. So this is precisely why inspection sharing and regulatory reliance are becoming increasingly important. If you look at this slide, the reality today is that pharmaceutical manufacturing is global, but the regulatory resources are not unlimited. The same manufacturing site may be inspected by multiple regulatory agencies, sometimes repeatedly with similar objectives and overlapping areas of assessment. So this creates a duplication for both regulator and also industry. Question is therefore not whether we should inspect. We have to inspect. But the question is, can we inspect smarter together and make better use of our inspection resources and limited the work that already performed by trusted regulatory authorities repetition. So this is where the reliance and inspection sharing become critical. From the industry experience perspective, multiple inspection also can create a significant operational burdens. Different inspection schedule, different inspection format, different interpretation of GMP requirement, and different expectation for CAPA can create complexity. Jadi Bapak Ibu sebagai industri juga pasti merasakan burdennya. But I would like to emphasize that the objective of inspection sharing is not to reduce regulatory oversight, but to it is to reduce unnecessary duplication of inspection while maintaining or even strengthening the public health protection. The goal is therefore not fewer inspection at any cost, but the goal is better inspection, better coordination, and also better of use the regulatory resources. So this kind of our understanding, just disclaimer, this is my personal opinion, that the trust spectrum is not, the reliance is not administration, just only administration decision to accept another regulatory report. Its reliance is exists on this spectrum. At one end, we have independent regulatory assessment as a trust, but as trust increasing, we can move forward into information sharing, work sharing, observe inspection, joint inspection, and ultimately a greater reliance on inspection outcomes. But the one important point is trust cannot be just being declared. Trust must be demonstrated. And in regulatory science, trust is demonstrated through the quality, consistency, competence, and transparency of the regulatory system behind the inspection. Here I can provide you with our case example of international collaboration. We have already have a practical example. BPOM has participated in joint and observed inspection with international partners, including collaboration with WHO through the pre-qualification framework. So what I would like to say, this experience provides more than an opportunity to us to conduct an inspection together, but this is also allow regulators to observe how other regulatory authorities assess GMP compliance, how they inspect and interpret the evidence, how findings are classified, and so on. So this is where inspection sharing creates value beyond a single inspection. At the regional level, ASEAN ASEAN provides an important platform and what's so-called maybe or you already know the ASEAN MRA on GMP inspection. The objection is clear: to avoid unnecessary duplication, facilitate the movement of the quality assured medicine, and accelerate patient access and strengthen the competitiveness of the region. Outside the Asian MRA framework, we have also reliance with other what we consider as stringent regulatory authorities, and what the maybe most of you also do the same platform, that we rely also with the BRICS member countries on the inspection. But implementation is not always straightforward. The challenges is often not the absence of the formal agreement like we have with Asian, but the real challenge is the operational. How do we ensure that two regulators have sufficiently comparable approaches? How do we interpret the GMP deficiency, even though we already have a lot of workshop on the GMP deficiencies classification, but we still have the personal opinion to be put into that classification to classify the deficiency. How we ensure that the inspection report generated by our friends, the authority, one authority, contains sufficient information for another authority to make a regulatory decision. Sometimes we face a lot of struggle when we are reviewing the inspection report coming from China and India, because simply that we are not very familiar with their report, because it's not harmonized. So this kind of thing is the quality system question. And therefore, we want to expand reliance, but we must first strengthen the system that generates evidence on which reliance is based. This brings us to what I believe the most important message of today's presentation, that inspection sharing begins with the inspection quality system. At Badan POM, our inspection quality system is built on the several interconnected pillars, as you can see in this slide. We apply risk-based inspection planning. We invest in inspection qualification and development. We maintain also our quality management system, strengthen international collaboration and reliance, and we promote transparency and accountability. Now, and these elements are not separate. This what we call so-called one quality system, because we want another regulatory also to rely on our inspection outcome. So we must be able to demonstrate that our inspection process is consistent, competent, objective, reproducible, and trustworthy. So what does it take to build trust between regulators? Maybe we have to ask, we regulators ask ourselves this question. In our view, trust is not political. Trust between regulators is technical. So it comes from the comparable GMP standards. So we have to make sure that we do harmonize our standard, harmonize our quality expectation. We have the competent and qualified inspector, structured inspection report and standardized reporting system, and critically it comes from the robust CAPA follow-up. So finally, trust requires secure and appropriate mechanism for regulatory information exchange. This is why I strongly believe that reliance cannot be built by signing an agreement alone. This is important, that administrative thing, but the agreement may open the door, but the quality system is what allows us to walk through the door with confidence. So the journey towards the reliance is this, therefore it's a progressive thing. This is not just a simple one night and then bank, we have GMP reliance. We start from harmonization, aligning our standard and expectation, and then move forward into the convergence, aligning how those standards are interpreted and implemented. And then finally, we can move toward mature reliance, where regulators are sufficiently confident in each other's system to make greater use of each other inspection outcomes. And this journey requires more than regulatory alignment. It requires technical convergence, and technical convergence is built through continuous interaction, shared learning, and also transparency. So what we can do in the next future, I believe we should move from simply discussing reliance toward active promoting international inspection sharing. We can expand joint inspection, we can increase observed inspection, and we can share inspection reports and regulatory intelligence whose structure mechanism. We can strengthen joint training and inspection development. We can also progressively align inspection methodologies, deficiency classification, reporting format, and if we can, and if it is all these things happening, the value is very collective. For patient means faster access to the quality assured medicine. For us as a regulator means more efficient use of our limited inspection resource. And then finally, for the public health, it means stronger collective oversight of global pharmaceutical supply chains. So the inspection sharing is not therefore about just one regulator relying on another. It's about regulation becoming stronger together. So let me close with these three key messages. First, inspection readiness is continuous commitment. It is not something that we prepare for only inspection or when an inspection announced. Yeah, that it's just need to be maintained throughout the life cycle. And the second, reliance requires more than a signing agreement, but requires comparable standard and a competent inspector and so on. And the last thing is collaboration is the path forward. If just like our head of our agency said that we want to promote international inspection sharing, we must first strengthen the foundation that makes sharing possible, which is inspection quality system. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to continuing this discussion, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanti. And I believe we now have some remarks by Ibu Novo.
Thank you. Good morning. Distinguished colleagues from ASEAN NRA and international regulators and BPOM. In this occasion, I would like to share about how to implementation drug regulatory surveillance through risk-based sampling and testing in Indonesia. Next slide. For the outline of this presentation, there are three sections, which are the overview of drug quality surveillance program, second, the risk-based sampling, and important takeaways. So, Indonesian FDA is a non-ministerial government institution responsible for regulating and overseeing medicine, traditional medicine, health supplement, cosmetic, and processed food in Indonesia. So Indonesian FDA reports directly to the President and coordinates with the Minister of Health to carry out its regulatory function across Indonesia. First archipelago, the Indonesian FDA is supported by 83 regional offices nationwide. For laboratory testing, the Indonesian FDA is supported by the National Quality Control Laboratory of Drug and Food, which serve as a national reference laboratory, as well as 43 laboratories located in provincial and selected district offices. Yes, so this is the legal provision of the quality surveillance through risk-based sampling and testing. There are law number 17, 2023 on health, and then government regulation number 28, year 2024 on provision of the law, a regulation of the Minister of Health number 75, year 2016, regulation of the Indonesian Food and Drug Authority number 14, 2022 on recall and disposal of substandard medicine, and decree of Badan POM number 95, 2026, decree of Badan POM number 131, year 2026 on guidelines on sampling and testing of pharmaceutical preparation and processed food. So this guideline is new every year. So in this slide, this is the objective of the drug quality surveillance through risk-based sampling and testing. The general objective is to increase risk-based post-market surveillance to ensure safety, efficacy, and quality of drugs. So the specific objectives are to evaluate the quality of the drug circulating in the market, specific area of region at the various level of distribution chain, and to enhance early detection efforts for potential crimes related to circulation of substandard drugs in the market. And the third is to identify drugs that may be categorized as not meeting the standard and or failing to meet the requirements for safety, efficacy, and quality which are circulated in the market in order to determine the level of the risk of public health, support enforcement efforts that develop strategic measures to prevent the circulation of similar products in the future. Okay. The drug quality surveillance conducted through risk-based sampling and testing is a continuous process consisting of the following activities. First, the designing and sampling strategy and the guidelines. This process is coordinated in the center in our directorate in collaboration with the internal and external stakeholders. And the second is planning and implementing sampling based on the sampling target specified in the guidelines. Each regional office develops a sampling plan and collects the designated samples. The third is conducting laboratory testing of sample, which is the sample testing is carried out by the regional office laboratories, while the vaccine samples are tested in the NCQC LDF. And then reporting sampling and testing result, the regional office submit sampling and testing result through the electronic reporting system. And then the third is the monitoring and evaluating sampling implementation. All sampling and testing data are analyzed and periodic monitoring and evaluation are conducted. The findings are used to inform and improve the future sampling strategies and the policies. If sampling and testing results identify substandard drugs, appropriate follow-up and regulatory action are undertaken, including product recalls. This is the risk-based sampling. A risk-based approach is fully implemented in the drug quality of surveillance to ensure effective and efficient post-market surveillance. Detailed guidance on the implementation of risk-based sampling and testing is provided in the guidelines for sampling and testing, which include the relevant risk criteria. During the sampling process, the selection of cities or agencies, sampling site, and drug product is carried out using a risk-based approach. For selection of cities or agency, each regional office determines the location where sampling will be conducted based on the following risk categories: highly populated cities or regency, number of pharmaceutical manufacturers located in the area, the number of pharmaceutical distributors, the diversity of pharmaceutical service facilities and other relevant facilities, the percent of distributor of pharmaceutical service provider with a history of non-compliance, records on non-compliance by facilities, inclusion in the drug crime vulnerability map, records of sampling location from previous surveillance program, location farthest from the city or agency where the regional or district office is located, and location situated along with the national border. So for the selection of the sampling site, sampling conducted nationwide at pharmaceutical manufacturers, public or private distributor, hospital, community health center, clinics, pharmacy, and other facilities like a drugstore, hypermarket, supermarket, and mini market. Each regional district office may select sampling site based on the following risk criteria. First is risk-based risk criteria for inspection planning or pharmaceutical manufacturers, and risk criteria for distributor or pharmaceutical service providers in accordance with the technical guidelines for inspection planning of distribution and pharmaceutical service providers. So the risk analysis for the selection of drug products should be performed by considering several aspects, including drug products manufactured by pharmaceutical industries that require special attention, such as those with GMP non-compliance records, high production volumes, or other identified quality concern. Drug product with stability risk during storage, such as those requiring specific storage condition or containing APIs with sensitive stability characteristic. High-risk drug product identified based on the surveillance result, including product recall, adverse event reports, or products suspected to be illegal or counterfeit. High-risk drug products due to the high consumption or clinical importance, just as emergency use product with a narrow therapeutic index, and antimicrobials. And the last is trigger sampling conducted in response to specific cases, incident, or regulatory instruction. So for the important takeaways, Badan POM as a national regulatory agency actively conducts post-marketing surveillance through sampling and testing in order to ensure safety, efficacy, and quality of drugs. Second is intensive communication and coordination between Badan POM, other ministries or agency, the pharmaceutical industry as marketing authorization holder, the public and related stakeholder is needed to optimize the implementation of drug quality surveillance. The third, periodic monitoring and evaluation of post-market surveillance strategies or policy needs to be carried out to optimize the implementation of drug quality surveillance as a response and anticipatory effort to the latest strategic issue in the pharmaceutical sectors. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Benova. And I think we now have some comments from Dr. Narita. Do you have a presentation? Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Okay, good. I'm seeing that we do have a lot of questions in the Slido, so I appreciate that very much. I'm going to incorporate a couple of those. I will note we probably won't get to all of them, and some of them might be a little bit technical for one of the specific NRAs, so I would encourage you to reach out to one of our panelists after the discussion. But maybe I'll start with one that just came in, and it relates to inspection sharing. And Dr. Shanti, I might turn to you, but I certainly welcome comments from others as well. The question for inspection sharing, does it mean inspectors come from several NRAs, or would one NRA conduct the inspection and then share the result with others?
Yes, this kind of things that actually the simple answer is we can be both, because we do actually have a joint inspection program under the scheme of PICS, and then that is also considered as a formal inspection. It's not a mock-up. And we do also isolated inspection, both
you know, local and also overseas inspection. And whenever the other NRA is asking about the status of the inspection, we can actually accommodate. For example, if there is some formal agreement, arrangement, and then that is usually we automatically just because of the MOU, we can directly communicate to that respected NRA. But if we don't have any formal agreement, and then they come to us to ask about this formal, we will have to go through our policy for disclosing any information. But the main thing is that both is possible. We also do the pre-qualification program with WHO, and we also consider the WHO inspection as our cycle of inspection, so that when we are planning our inspection, we also take into consideration what the status of the last inspection, regardless whoever is doing the inspection, and also the follow-up and the CAPA. And with that, I think the trend is now promoting the continuously oversight. It's not only the cycle of inspection, and then we provide the inspection format, but also within the platform. For example, Indonesia have what's called EWAS. We monitor continuously the compliance of GMP through their reporting or signaling or whatever the input that coming to us. And from that point of view, we divine the risk base, and we can share all the information within our partner or our friend, and but most of the time under PICS family scheme. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Would any other panelists like to comments there? Let me go to another question that came in. It relates to quality standards, pharmacopoeial quality standards, a couple of questions, but I'll turn to you, Magawa-san, and basically the question is the challenges in work when you have different compendial standards that are not harmonized. And the question is, what can be done to harmonize compendial standards? What work is currently underway? What more can be done?
Thank you. So harmonization of the existing standard is more challenging than the prospective harmonization activity. So first, we would like to think prospective harmonization is a good chance to the convergence for the harmonization of the pharmacopoeia standards, and also the scientific harmonized standards for the use effectively for the worldwide. So for dialogue to the other among the NRA is promoting to the convergence for effective use of harmonized standards. Thank you.
Thank you for that. One other question that has come in, and it was directed to BPOM, but I think it could be applicable to others. And I believe the question is asking, how would you encourage manufacturers to achieve WHO pre-qualification? What are the advantages in achieving that?
I take this question, Chris. So WHO pre-qualified program in Indonesia is being quite sometimes, even USP is also helping our companies achieving that. If we talk about a benefit, it's of course the acknowledge recognition how that the company, the respected company, is having a global global standard for compliance in GMP. And the other thing that is also benefit is that you are listed in the website of WHO. You can procure to the UN, to the WHO partners. And beyond that, when you do actually have the WHO pre-qualified product, this is also some things that many of the regulatory authorities is recognized. So regardless, is it being procured by WHO partner? If, for example, if Badan POM review the dossier from any other countries, like it's not yet recognized, the respected NRA, but the product is already WHO pre-qualified, we usually accept the WHO inspection report and also the follow-up following the inspection. We will just only check the status of the CAPA, and we're happy for that. And the line that is being used for manufacturing our product here is also the same thing that WHO inspected. Then we will, most of the time, we're not going to inspect to this respected company outside because obviously with time, resources, money, and everything put to it, and then you just will be, in many cases, automatically get the GMP clearance from our unit. Is that answer the question?
I think that was a good response. Appreciate that. And by the way, thank you, audience, because I asked for questions and I sure got them. So appreciate that. We won't be able to get to all these, but I'm going to pick a few others. There were definitely some themes related to reliance in GMP inspections. So maybe we'll unpack this a little bit. A number of the panelists spoke to this, and we've had a lot of conversations the last couple of days on reliance. But maybe we can offer some insights into practical experiences where there have been successes or where there have also been some challenges, right? So it's taking the theory of reliance to the practical examples. And I wonder if the panelists can offer either one, hopefully some successes, but then also maybe like some challenges to actually achieve that realization. And I will open to whoever would like to ponder and respond to that. We're going to put you on the spot, Dr. Narayana.
Okay, the success story about the reliance in aspect of GMP, as I mentioned just now, that we do rely on the PICS participating authorities, and also we do rely on the GMP MRA, GMP ASEAN. And then we also rely on WHO at a certain scope. Okay, so I think this is really as I mentioned just now, for our team in MPRA, we really limited resources. We have so many, even in local, we have 600 manufacturers to look into, and then foreign as well. And now, as this morning, information from WHO, they're also looking at API, which is something that giving us pressure, but as our responsible to make sure that product quality and safety and accessible to public, that is the challenge that we need to face. And then, as I mentioned, whenever it's come to the our national security, we put that as a priority.
Thank you for that. And I think I'll take that theme, and Paul, I'm going to direct this to you, maybe turn it a little bit. From your perspective, because you do so much work throughout the region, what would you like to see to make the promise of reliance come more to life?
Thanks, Chris. And I think, as you mentioned, the challenges of capacity across the board, but I think it's magnified in countries that have an inspectorate, have a manufacturing base. but developing NRAs. So, and I think what we also heard earlier is that there's a need for agreements, but agreements aren't really enough. You need to be able to trust that the technical standards and the way of working is the same, and then in order you build on that. So I think from my perspective, this is an iterative process. So the first thing that needs to happen is a commitment and the ability to work together. It is somewhat challenging, I think, in this regard, because PICS and a session to PICS is always a driver, but I think it's a rather high bar in some cases. So a working relationship, even if it develops informally at first, I think is really, really important. And the recognition that needs to build over time and take real practical steps to build that working relationship is really important, because the piece of paper, the MOU or whatever, is not going to be enough. And I think even if I reflect on TGA's journey, I mean, our mutual recognition agreements, we only have them for GMP inspections. We don't have them for anything else at the TGA. So that shows you just how much importance we place on that, and they date back to 1999. So the need for alliance, particularly for manufacturing quality, has been evident for a very long period of time. So again, through our Indo-Pacific Regulatory Strengthening Program, we're really well placed to work with authorities in the region, and we're agnostic as to regulatory functions. So inspections are some of the things we're keen to talk to people about.
Appreciate that. Yeah, please.
Because this is kind of what the future we will expect in reaching this sharing and conversion. I expect that we see a greater use of the risk-based data-driven inspection planning, more to the digital tools, things like that. And then again, a greater use of AI support. So I think the biggest change within the next couple of years is that we shift from inspection as an individual to the toward the inspection of, you see, the connected regulatory system. And when we do have this baseline of mutual trust, of course, PICS helping, IC and MRA is helping, but the biggest, bigger is that we actually need to put that into reality. Like we can do the observed inspection, joint inspection, sharing the information. And the thing is that we harmonize everything. We trust our partner inspector qualification. And I think with those digitalization which is coming, this will be something that is very relevant for us to be dependent on each other work of our NRA friends. So yes, this is absolutely something that we would like to see in the coming years.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think, Paul, your comment about trust is something that we've heard a lot. So I think that's a theme that definitely has come through. Dr. Shanti, in your comments just now, and then in your earlier remarks, you mentioned something I want to get back to, because I know we have to wrap up. My boss is pushing me. But I'd like to bring it a little higher level, back to high level, and maybe like kind of forward looking. With digitization and AI, maybe I'll do like a little bit of a wrap it around of like, how is that impacting you? I have to keep it brief. How is it impacting you? And briefly, what do you see as some of the opportunities and the challenges?
Actually, the international community, PACE community, is also talking a lot of AI use in the manufacturing operation. We talk about Pharma 4.0, and we talk about how the AI can be not we see as a challenge, but also the opportunity that comes with it. we know that if you are aware that we have the draft of Annex 22, and we work very closely on that, this will be a very important annex that PICS will work on it, and it's being it's being there, the draft, and then it's still waiting for the input from our counterparts. And also we already revised our computerized system annex, from just only 5 pages into the 19 pages, and then those coming with all the obligation, and it creates challenge both in the regulatory side, also from the company side, because we think something we very not really familiar with black box whatsoever. I'm just in my personal opinion, I also a little bit afraid of what is coming next, and what the mindset that the inspector or regulator should be changed to in order to be adaptive to this this digitalization that is waving. And then I think sometimes it's too much, but this requires a foundation, for example, in data integrity, data governance, cyber security, validation. And what is the most important thing? Still the human oversight. So this cannot be replaced by whatever the very comprehensive AI tool, what the generative AI, and all those terminology that I'm not really familiar with. But the human oversight is something that we have to take into consideration on facing all this digitalization wave in the coming years. And that we believe, if you can share with us, maybe Japan have more experience. This is something that we learn together, and also we can growing together. Because this is my personal, I'm a very old, old-fashioned thing with this AI thing. But yes, this is something that truly happened, is coming, and we have to do something about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then to wrap up, we'll go down the line. I don't know, Ibu Novo, do you want to add anything? Okay, so Magawa-san, what from your perspective, how is AI and digitization affecting PMDA?
Yes, thank you. So AI is a potential to overcome the insufficient resources, and the AI have a potential to the efficiency for our work. And for example, AI may assist the review of the a large amount of the information, and assist detecting the signals, and highlighting the area that warrant further scientific area. So so AI has a very potential to changing our working. But I don't see AI don't replacing the decision making and the scientific judgment. So so my hope is that AI will help regulator spend less time on the routine work and more time to the decision making and scientific judgment, and also dialogue among the regulators. Thank you.
Very, very well put. Dr. Narayda, do you want anything from Malaysia?
Yes, a little bit. Whatever Dr. Already mentioned just now. For Malaysia, actually, we're looking at the same perspective in terms of AI and digitalization. Even for regulator in Malaysia, we offer 2 PhD scholarship to do AI screening tools, so that to make our screening at a registration part become faster. But as mentioned just now, it's not the for the decision making, but still we have a regulator to do the decision. Another thing for digitalization, also in Malaysia, we now upgrading our Quest 3 for submission of a registration dossier to Quest 5, which costs us about 15 million ringgit Malaysia. So my concern here, AI and digitalization is really good to have in the future, but we need to think about who going to maintain that digitalization, who going to maintain that data sharing, security, all those things, because we also have experience with AGA, that we have issue about that, the maintenance of the AGA sharing the data in the ASEAN joint assessments. So maybe APEC or USP need to think about that. We are looking for that, but need someone to take care of those things, because maintaining of this computerized system, whatnot, is really expensive.
Thank you. And Paul, anything you'd like to add?
Just very briefly, cost and the ability to maintain systems, I think, is definitely a challenge. But if we assume that that can be done, I think I agree that in large part some of the triage or summarizing, particularly backlogs of work and applications as they come in, is really important. But I think one of the massive potentials of AI is to augment the highly experienced and technical individuals that are required to do this type of work. So I think if we think about it as a tool to really extend that capability, the potential is extremely high.
Thank you. And with that, I'd invite the audience to give a round of appreciation to our panelists. And turn back over to Ruth, or the MC, for instructions on how to get lunch.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chris, and all distinguished speaker. Give a round of applause, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our morning session for day 2 of the USP-BPOM Joint Symposium. We will now take a lunch break, and please enjoy the networking lunch. We will have to come back here at 1 p.m. sharp. So, yeah, you may enjoy your lunch. Thank you, everyone. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang ingin sholat duhur, nanti bisa di lantai 5 atau di lantai 6. Kalau di lantai 5 ada di ruang tangkupan perahu di seberang. Kalau di lantai 6 itu nanti tempat wudhunya ada di lantai 6. Jadi kalau di lantai 5 nanti tidak ada tempat wudhunya. Terima kasih.
Can we invite those that's outside to come inside?
The heart shape.
To the afternoon session of
test.
day 2 of the USP-BPOM Joint Symposium for all the participants, both who join us in online and on-site. Stakeholder industry engagement session will explore industry experiences and perspective on compliance, quality systems, regulatory expectation, and opportunities to enhance collaboration among regulators, industry, and international partners. To guide us through this session, please welcome our moderator, Ms. Stella Lau, Director of Strategic Customer Development from APAC.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon. We are starting a little bit early, but I hope you had a very nice lunch break earlier. And then I trust that today's session will, just right after lunch, is going to be interactive, interesting, and not too sleepy. We make sure that we keep the energy high, yeah? Okay, so my name is Stella, and I'm the Strategic Customer Development Director of USP Singapore. And today with me, we're going to be talking a little bit about, the session is going to be focused on a very practical, important questions, which is how industry strengthen regulatory compliance and quality systems maturity while we continue to ensure reliable access to medicine. And together with me, I shall introduce the panel for today. So we have from the left-hand side Dr. Kate Cho, and she is the director of COBIA. And beside her is Dr. Shinobu Uzu from PMRJ. And then we have Ibu Desi, okay, and she is representing IPMG, and she's also the Associate Director of Regulatory Affairs from PT Otsuka. And then next we have Ibu In, and she's representing today GP Pharmacists, and then she also serves as the Director of PT Biopharma. And beside me, I have Ramesh Raj, and he is the director of the Pharmaceutical Security Institute, also based in Singapore. Okay, so without further ado, I'll invite Dr. Kate Cho to share a little bit of her perspective.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Stella. Okay, selamat siang. Sudah makan siang? Jangan timur dulu ya. Presentasi saya cuma sebentar. Yeah. Thank you. The Cliffy ones, they understand, right? Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kate, and I'm from Korea Biomedicine Industry Association. I'm a director. So today, I think my title is from policy to practice. It's quite a fit title for us. Okay, so it's almost final session, so I will be brief and I will be clear. Okay. So let me say a few words about our organization. We established around 15 years ago by approval of Korean MFDS. And we are not a part of government, but we are approved by MFDS. We are national association. So we are non-profit advocacy group for biopharmaceutical companies in Korea. And we have more than 160. Currently, we have almost 180 members. And yeah, our members are across the whole biopharmaceuticals, vaccines, products, and antibiotics, biosimilars, of course, and cell and gene therapies. So in practice, we serve as the communication channel in between government and industry. So so I think that's enough introduction of us. So in many cases, we work to improve biopharmaceutical policy and regulatory system. So let me set the context that there are three forces raising the bar on pharmaceutical quality in every market. So the products are more complex. These days, the latest technology is adapting for biopharmaceuticals. So they ask much more a company's quality system than traditional medicines do. And supply chains are global. A single product is now developed, tested, and released across the border. So it means the products reviewed by country at the same time. And expectations are converging. So ICHL, WHO, and Reliance frameworks are steadily aligning quality system worldwide. So put together, these three forces raise the quality system bar for every company, large and small alike. Yeah, so now let me explain the vantage point I am speaking from. As an association, we are representing like many companies, both large and small. So COBIA reflects a collective view across the industry, not the position of one single firm. So in compliance is where regulatory intent become actual product quality. So it's the point where a written requirement turns into validated process, a tested batch, and release product. So today I'd like to share things, what industry needs and where implementation is hardest and how partnership can close the gap. And for industry, the new requirement is not the finish line, it's a starting point. So every new expectation has to be translated into standard operational procedures. And then they need to be validated and then updated data system and trained people. So that work takes time, even months. And companies that export often, they have to like repeat it market. So the gap here is really not the intent. It's about like interpretation, timing, capacity, and that's exactly where support we need the most. Yes, where is implementation hardest? Across our members, these three difficulties came up again and again. These are, I hear the most, almost all the meeting with regulatory side and industry side. So first thing is interpretation gaps. The same requirement can be read one way by regulator and another way by company. So without shared example, that leads to rework, repeat testing, and finding that could have been avoided. And capacity constraints. Smaller companies and emerging biotech often don't have dedicated regulatory affairs. They don't have enough staff. Yeah, so the same rule that a large firm easily can do it, the small companies, small biotechs, they cannot do. And speed of change, the guidance can be updated faster than facilities are able to follow. And several changes may arrive before the first one is fully adopted to the company. So what does industry need in order to meet the expectation reliably? There are four: so clarity, predictability, and harmonized guidance, and early dialogue. And none of company, they don't want to lower the bar. So clarity, the expectation that are ambiguous and illustrated with concrete examples so that companies and inspectors read them same way. And reasonable transition periods and stable timeline that are communicated well so facilities can plan validation and training. And alignment with ICHO and WHO standards, so the same work doesn't have to be repeated again. And early dialogue, a chance to engage before the requirements are finalized, so that practical hurdles are immediately identified early. Yeah, of everything on that list, I think early dialogue is one that helps the most. So structured engagement between regulators and companies, industry before requirements are finalized, turns compliance from reaction into design choice. So when industry sees a requirement only after it's already finalized, the gaps fixed late at the point where revalidation and rework are most costly. But when expectations are shaped together, requirements are built to be met from the very start, and that means fewer deviation, and fewer out of spec result, and fewer inspection findings later on. So this leads me to a broader point. A mature quality ecosystem is a shared journey, not a solo effort. The most lasting improvements happen when regulators and industry build capabilities together. And three practices make the biggest difference. Co-developed guidance. So requirements shaped with input from the people who apply them actually in the field, and joint pilot programs, testing new approaches together on a small scale first, brings problems to the surface, and shared capability building. Training and knowledge exchange raise the baseline for everyone, and they lift smaller companies along with the whole ecosystem. And that's the end of the slide. And let me close. I think you've heard me say early dialogue. And there is one question that there is a reason I keep repeating early dialogue, cooperation, and etc. So do you think what is most expensive word in our industry? What would it be? It's rework. Redo the things. It's the most expensive word in our industry. So industries offer a simple talk with them early as they can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cho, for bringing the industry voice, especially the biopharmaceutical industry voice from Korea into this discussion. Your message is very important. Compliance is not just about understanding policies, but also translating into SOP, scientifically sound one, so then you can prevent rework, which is very expensive. And then, of course, we have to have early dialogue, conversation with the stakeholder, so then we don't work on this in isolation. Right, so next up, I will invite Dr. Shinobu to provide his perspective from PMRJ.
Thank you, Sarah. Selamat siang dan teman-teman dari Badan POM, USP, dan hadirin sekalian. Saya senang sekali dapat datang ke Jakarta, Indonesia, dan bertemu dengan Anda semua hari ini. Karena saya sudah pernah kerja di Jakarta, Indonesia 2 kali sebagai Sekretariat 1 Kedutaan Besar Jepang sama tenaga ahli JICA di Badan POM sama Kementerian Kesehatan. So, I greatly appreciate USP invite me and give this excellent opportunity. Okay, so today I talk about our perspective around pharmacopoeia and reference standards based on current Japanese situation. Okay, firstly, I briefly touch on my organization. PMRJ is Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Regulatory Science Society of Japan, established as Society of Japanese Pharmacopoeia. So we work for the related job to pharmacopoeia, Japanese pharmacopoeia. This year is 70th anniversary of my organization. Main business in these slides. So highlighted in red, JP related activities. The biggest business is manufacturing JP reference standard. So we manufacture Japanese pharmacopoeia reference standards, registered formally as an organization of manufacturing distributes JP reference standard by MHLW. We, our organization, a sole organization registered, and also certificate, obtain certification of ISO 17025. And compiling, publishing JP and providing a research grant related to JP, and developed proposed draft JP text under the guidance of PMDA. And I also touch number 5. We work for MEDRA. Do you know MEDRA? Medical Dictionary for Regulatory Activities. So MEDRA was developed by ICH. Our organization is maintenance organization for MEDRA Japanese version. So that our organization participated in ICH continuously. Okay. So as you know very well, but this morning, so WHO colleagues explained the importance pharmacopoeia. I would like to reconfirm the importance of the reference standards and pharmacopoeia. Regarding to WHO good pharmacopoeia practice sets, pharmacopoeia's core mission is to protect public health, creating available public standards, and to help ensure the quality of medicine, support regulatory authorities in controlling the quality. A tool with which the users can make an independent judgment. So the pharmacopoeia contribute to the quality control of medicine and also the transparency to the public. As for reference standards, the establishment of international chemical reference standards is an essential part of quality control. So pharmacopoeia and reference standards are essential to assure quality of drugs. Okay, so I would like to explain the Japanese government activities. That is quality inspection on marketed generic drugs in Japan. In this morning session, Madam Pom colleagues explained Madam Pom surveillance program. It is similar to the program. In addition to confirm the drug quality, this project was also launched in the response to public concerns. There may be differences in quality between brand name and generic drugs. So MHLW conducts quality inspections on marketed generic drugs in cooperation with National Institute and local institute, and publishes the inspection results to the public. Of course, JP monographs and JP reference standards are used for whenever available. You can see the results in this table. The compliance rate is nearly 100% in recent 5 years. So the quality of generic drugs marketed in Japan is confirmed by the inspection results by using JP and JP reference standards. So I explained the quality of market drugs in Japan is confirmed. However, we have been facing critical issues on generic drugs. That is drug shortage. The situation of the drug shortage is, as of last September, 2029 generic drugs in Japan, that is representing 14% of all prescription drugs, are either under supply suspension or subject to limited shipment. That have a negative impact on the medical practices, should change medication, etc. As for the reason of the drug shortage, there are several causes of supply suspension and limited shipment. As shown in this table, the manufacturing control and quality management are two of the main issues for the cause of supply suspension. This raising concerns about the quality of generic drugs in Japan. So this highlights the importance of quality assurance prior to product release marketing, including at the manufacturing stage. Reflecting the drug shortage in Japan, Japanese pharmacopoeia as a standard and testing using JP reference standards are becoming increasingly important to ensure the quality of generic drugs and enhance transparency to the public. In other words, we need to develop, expand, strengthen pharmacopoeia and reference standards. I touch on the quality requirement and quality assurance of JP reference standards. As for the public assurance of reference standards, we have written standard of quality requirements for the JP reference standards. That indicates the required test items and test methods to assure the quality of JP reference standards. And quality requirements for JP reference standards directs us to produce new reference standards. And in order to assure lot-to-lot continuity, the assigned content potency is confirmed to be traceable to the current previous lot of the JP reference standard based on the sum result for the reference standard candidate. And we have a stability monitoring program. So in this way, the quality of JP reference standards is ensured. I explain how we establish a new reference standard. At the beginning, MHLW developed the quality requirements for a new JP reference standard and direct us to establish. Following that direction, we start. Our first step is to review the quality requirements. Second step is to procure materials. Third step is the quality test. We evaluate by ourselves, and at the same time, we request at least 2 external laboratories to do tests. The data is evaluated by the expert panel. We must have their approval to moving forward. Okay. The next is international collaboration. Because of the drugs marketed, distributed globally, international collaboration is essential because the barrier between regions should be lifted as much possible. In the pharmacopoeia field, pharmacopoeia discussion group PDG has been promoting harmonization primarily among JP, USP, and EP for many years. Regarding activities for reference standards, we work together with USP and EP. I listed activities. So discussion, collaborative studies, exchange information, etc. And also we provide training to regulators. We accepting 2 staff the reference standard center from Thai government in 2025 and 2026, conducting 5 days training for manufacturing, delivering JP reference standards. Okay, so I explained our organization is sole organization manufacturing JP reference standards. Pharmacopoeia reference standard should be strengthened, and international collaboration is essential. And we provide trainings for Thai government, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wuzu. I think your sharing reminds us about the public standard is not just a technical tool. It gives the regulators, manufacturers, user a common basis to ensure quality of medicine. So thank you very much. So without further ado, I will invite Ibu in to share your perspective from GP Pharmacy.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, thank you very much to the USP who are inviting us to speak here. So I'm here representing the GP Pharmacy, an association of a pharmaceutical industry in Indonesia. So my presentation will be brief and straightforward. Hopefully it's very, very short. So as a manufacturer, we are fully committed to the patient safety. So the patient safety is always our focus. So whatever we have a deviation or we have a change, so our first focus will be the patient safety. And then we also commit to comply with the regulation. However, the implementation of the new requirement, we need to consider effort across the multifunction. So from the industry perspective, I show you some challenges that we face because in here in our association, we have a small industry and up to the big industry. So the challenges may be different from one manufacturer to other manufacturer. So first is the if we have a new regulation or update on the regulation, we have to look again to our specification. This may impact to our specification, and we need to change or to replace our specification with the new one. And the impact of this change, of course, we need to do the verification or validation is depend on the change that implemented. And in this case, of course, like also shown by our colleague from the Korean, I think the manufacturer faced the same challenges. And because this validation or verification, of course, first need times, and the time is also depend on the size of the chains. And also we need to consider also what about our product that is already in the market? What is the implication of this change to the product that is already marketed? That we need also to identify. And secondly, we need to identify also the readiness of the facility or the equipment we have, and also the human resources that supporting the production and also the testing. So with regard to the change, we may need to upgrade or furthermore to replace or to buy the new equipment. And then the second one is we are also need to consider the new the availability of the reference standards. In this case, we rely on the our regulator, BPOM, and also we may need the support from the USP for the reference standard. And then we also need the reagent, for example, if the testing is new, so we need to consider the new reagent or new testing kit, for example. And in Indonesia, we experience that most of the material are imported. So this is quite challenging for us as well. And then with regard to the operator, of course, the training is the most crucial one, because we need to train the operator to also to do the verification or validation of the operator. And then this will come into the, of course, the financial support, because we are in one leg, we are in the social or to support the health of our national, and but in other hand, we have to also survive in from term of a business perspective. Therefore, this will implicate to the cost of quality, of course, and also the quality investment, we call it. And finally, it will also impact to the price of the product for sure. And then the last challenges is the regulatory affairs issues, in which after we do the changes, of course, we have to file or submit the variation. And if our product is exported to many or to other countries, of course, we also have to submit the variation not only to the Indonesian authority, but also to other regulatory authority. Therefore, in this case, if we can implement reliance, it will help industry very much. And then, of course, we need time to do this variation. Therefore, to ensure that we can implement the smooth implementation and comply to the new requirement or updated requirement, so we still need to compromise to product quality, patient and safety, and also the supply continuity, because this is important as well. If we do the changes and we are and in other hand we commit to the government, for example, or to the patient for the supply, so we need to balance this as well. So looking to the challenges that we have, we need the several support. First is the as I mentioned before, as we need time to implement the change. For example, like the fourth supplement, the transition period is only 1 year. So this may not be enough time to do the implementation, especially if we need to invest the new equipment, for example, and then the validation and so on. So in this case, we need support from our authority, and we will discuss with the authority to do the implementation, the stepwise implementation. And also second support is the implementation may be based on the risk-based assessment. And then in some cases, our product is come from the transfer technology, for example. So if this is come from the transfer technology, usually we follow the pharmacopoeia in where the transfer technology is come from. So it may also different or a bit there's a bit different from the USP or from the Indonesian pharmacopoeia. So in this case, we also would like to have a support that we are allowed to use this the requirement which is stated in other pharmacopoeia. And then, of course, the last but not least is the communication as a discussion forum between our regulator, the industry association, academia, testing lab, and other institution to discuss issue and technical implementation challenges. I think this is my last slide. So thank you very much for your kind attention. And we are looking forward to have a further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yin, for giving us a very practical, pragmatic industry perspective. And then on your point about the recent regulatory supplement update, on a personal perspective, USP perspective, we do have prepared a bundle of documentary standards that are aligning to the recent monograph update. So we hope that through you, we can share with you these resources to your fellow membership. Hopefully, we can help to accelerate implementation. Thank you. So next up, we have Ibu Desti, and then she will be speaking on behalf of IPMG Indonesia.
Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank to BPOM and USP for organizing this session and for the opportunity to present today. My name is Desti Wibowo, and I'm here today representing the International Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group, or IPMG. I look forward to sharing our perspectives and hope today's discussion will contribute to our commitment and our common goal of strengthening a regulatory system. Okay, so what is IPMG? IPMG is a group of 24 research-based pharma companies. So we have 24 companies that most our product is new drug application or new biological application. And we have members coming from around countries around the world. And we also having international membership or sister association and chambers collaboration, such as IFPMA and also Asia Partnership Conference of Pharmaceutical Associations. And this is the data in 2025 for IPMG contribution to Indonesia healthcare system. So we have established since 2002, and right now we have 24 members. We have 17 local manufacturing facilities, and also we contributing on the capacity buildings in Indonesia healthcare system as well. And our members also doing export to other countries. We have 21 countries right now, and these are 5 highest destination. Sorry, I forgot to move on the. Yeah. Okay, so this is our export destination. So we have 21 countries, and these are the 5 highest destination: Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Hong Kong. And IPMG is committed to working as a true partner of the Indonesian government and across the healthcare spectrum in order to promote pro-growth and pro-innovation policies for the benefit of Indonesian patients and the economy. IPMG seeks to uphold the highest ethical and safety standard and comply with all applicable domestic and foreign laws and regulations. And also, we IPMG work together with the Indonesian government to achieve the best possible health outcome for citizens. To run and to better having good collaboration and engagement within IPMG, we have several working groups. We have pricing and procurement working group, health technology assessment working group, strengthening regulatory framework working group. And for strengthening regulatory framework working group, we have two major working scopes. The first one is streamlining the approval process. We try to explore and facilitate adoption of new innovative or accelerated review pathways. And the second one is harmonization of regulation with international standards. This is for capacity building and advocate harmonization of registration requirement. In the scope of streamlining, we did a survey among our members to see how we utilize the current pathways of drug registration. For the pathway of orphan drug and life-saving drugs, this is least used compared to another pathway. So 65% members have not utilized the pathway, and our recommendation of this pathway is to establish the guideline of orphan drug and life-saving drug to have clear criteria for this one. And then for the realized pathway, basically it is the favorite one because most of our members have utilized this. And following current situation, the number of IPMG members using the Reliance pathway has increased following BPOM acceptance of certified English translation of non-English assessment report. Because previously there were around 15%, but it is decreasing because BPOM currently accept the translation English of the certified body. And then the status is we also had discussion with cross-functional institution in Indonesia with regard to orphan drugs. We had discussed to have like clearer criteria of the special medicine, including orphan drugs. And also in the draft regulation update, right now we have seen that conditional approval has been addressed by BPOM. And the use international pharmacopoeias is accepted and more clearly regulated under the current supplement of Pharmacopoeia Indonesia. And we also did a survey regarding collaborative review pathway, and it is just 5% respondent or our member have utilized this pathway, and also there is still ongoing member also utilizing this pathway. We had a recommendation previously to BPOM to adopt this collaborative review, either bilateral or regional procedures. And current status of this one is in the draft of regulation update, joint assessment has been addressed. Thank you to Badan POM. And in the harmonization scope, we also did some advocacy. These are two examples. The first one is about e-labeling, and the second one is about pharmacopoeia. So regarding e-labeling, basically we had some pilot project, and then right now BPOM also has issued the circular on how implement for all products as well. So it is very progressive update regarding this e-labeling in Indonesia. And regarding harmonization with international standards, I will bring back our journey to back 2 or 3 years ago, where most of us in Indonesia colleagues perhaps be more aware on the use of pharmacopoeia, because in 2022 there was regulation that mandated us Indonesian pharmaceutical company to use Pharmacopoeia Indonesia as the main quality standard. And we did a lot of advocacy on not only using a single source pharmacopoeia here, and the advocacy, we also involve multi-stakeholders dialogue and collaboration, such as IPMG position paper, and then also having focus group discussion in the Indonesian Chamber and Ministry of Health. Back then, we provide some advocacy or standing point regarding the use of international pharmacopoeias, that we hope that international pharmacopoeia to have equal level to Pharmacopoeia Indonesia, because back then Pharmacopoeia Indonesia is main quality standard. And then we also saw the impact to innovative medicines for only using Pharmacopoeia Indonesia. For innovative product, this was contradictory to reliance pathway principle on the sameness aspect. And then for the existing product, for like technical transfer or local production, is aimed for multi-country supply. So for example, there is our member doing technical transfer, it is aimed for like hub to support other countries. So maintaining different quality standard or dossier is not cost or resource efficient. But our government, BPOM, and Ministry of Health was very supportive on having open dialogue. So they like updating the supplement of Pharmacopoeia Indonesia, and the last one on the 4th of supplement, it accommodates clearer acceptance of international pharmacopoeia for all products. So in the current supplemental of Pharmacopoeia, the requirement for quality document for registration have become clearer, because when we are using Pharmacopoeia Indonesia or the primary reference that is a USP, the required data only verification data, because it says that it is almost 90% sameness between USP and Pharmacopoeia Indonesia. And when using other compendial standards such as British Pharmacopoeia, Japanese Pharmacopoeia, European or WHO Pharmacopoeia, it also need verification, and it should show equivalent or better test result or equipment. But when we are using in-house method, for sure validation data should be provided. And for the post-market impact, the regulation mandated if there is a gap or discrepancies between the result obtained using alternative method or Pharmacopoeia Indonesia, the result obtained using Pharmacopoeia Indonesia method shall take precedence. But this one will encouraging harmonization with internationally recognized pharmacopoeias. So this is my last slide. So we do believe that clearer regulatory pathways drive innovation, because streamlined mechanisms such as reliance, conditional approval, and collaborative review pathway reduce duplication, accelerate access to innovative medicine, and strengthen patient trust to us. And then collaboration is essential. The journey of harmonizing Indonesia pharmacopoeia with international pharmacopoeias shows the regulators, industry, and global partners can achieve meaningful progress only through open dialogue and shared responsibility. So Active and open collaboration between health authorities and industry is not optional, it is a must because it is the foundation for sustainable regulatory convergence and the key to increasing patient access to innovative medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Desi. Without further ado, I will hand over the mic to Ramesh.
Okay, everyone, time starts now. I have 5 minutes, and therefore I request you to look away from your laptop and your mobile phone and look at the beautiful slide that I have taken a lot of time to prepare. The slide itself is very informative. You are all very smart people, so I'm not going to repeat what the slide has to say. But I will have to say this one thing. First, understand why are you here? Are you just merely attending a conference, or are you understanding the purpose of it? Next question is this. How does USP come into this ecosystem, or does it even belong here? The reality of the matter is there are counterfeit products all over the world. If you believe that the world is very safe and has no counterfeits, you are in the wrong job. All right? So our relationship from PSI with BPOM is very close. I've got very good friends here for many years. Ibu Linda, Ibu Fitri. Apa jadi ni aku punya MOU? Ya, belum siap lagi. So we are in the midst of preparing an MOU. And what will that MOU do is that it will assist us in facilitating a more seamless exchange of intelligence. And with that intelligence, we hope that we will carry out a strong enforcement effort. And earlier, one presenter was talking. She said that the moment you mention USP, you remember standards. But I will end my presentation with this. In the absence of standards, you have no standards. And in the absence of no standards, criminal syndicates will flourish. Right? We shouldn't be working so hard, and our life shouldn't be so difficult when we want to save lives. Criminal syndicates go ahead and do it unremorsefully, and they make millions out of it. Our life shouldn't be this difficult. Our challenge shouldn't be this difficult. And with that, thank you USP for this invitation. And you guys play a very vital role in this ecosystem. And I hope that you can be actually playing a lot more involvement in the part of PSI and the other extension of the work that we do. Right? With that, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ramesh, for saving me from being over time. So in the interest of time, we will not be able to take any questions, but then I would like to perhaps do a very quick summary of the takeaways from today's sharing. So first, the regulatory and quality system implementation is getting more complex, okay? Because the industry not only needs to manage manufacturing compliance, okay, but also have to ensure continuity in terms of supply. And then it is evolving of specifications, resources readiness, and the supply chain integrity. And second, the biggest gap is often not the regulation itself, but the practical ability, okay, to implement requirements consistently across different companies, market, facility, as well as the level of resource that is available. So that's why we come to the third point where support is required. Sometimes support is in a very practical form of training, okay, clearer guidance, as well as toolkit resources that can help accelerate implementation. And finally, I think from most of the presentation, one word comes in common, which is collaboration. Okay, but I would like to propose and not suggest that perhaps we can be a little bit more action-oriented in terms of collaboration. Having those collaborations that has measurable initiative, so then we can all, take the first step together, standards, industry, as well as the regulations, in order to pursue actually fundamentally the same mission that we all have, which is patient safety. So thank you again to all our panelists to taking time to share your perspective, and to everyone that's joining us together today. I hope the discussion helped, and then I hope we can continue the discussion and action-oriented commitment together. Thank you.
Thank you to all our distinguished panelists and participants for sharing their valuable insight and experiences. We will now move to our next session, an interactive cross-section dialogue on strengthening collaboration among regulators, industry, and international partners. This session will bring together from regulatory authorities, industry, standard settings organization, and international partners to share perspective and discuss opportunities for strengthening collaboration in addressing emerging regulatory challenges. It is my pleasure to welcome our co-moderator, Ms. Ruth Lee. Ms. Ruth, the floor is yours.
Sorry, I need your back here. Dr. Uzu, Ibu Ir, Ibu Desti, Wei Chen, Ibu Asti. Yeah, now it's your time. Noraida, Dr. Noraida, don't escape, right? You think I will? Ella, okay. Okay, this session will have like about 8. So, cannot cakap long, oh? Just give very succinct response. But before anything, I want to ask the audience, in one word, what do you believe is the biggest barrier to stronger collaboration between regulators and industry? We talked about just on the earlier session, right? Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about Paul. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about Paul. Okay, in one word, what would you think is the biggest barrier? Trust. How many say trust? Raise your hand. Hey, only satu orang one You all don't believe in trust. Okay, the next. How about communication? How many for communication? Raise hand. Yeah lah, something like that. Yeah. Resources? Resources not important. Okay. Tell Prof. Tell Prof. Taruna, resources not important. Transparency? Raise hand. Hey, you all don't tidur. Well, I'm asking. Okay. Alignment? How about alignment? Anybody for alignment? Do you think alignment is a barrier? Capacity. Capacity. Do you think it's a barrier? No. Okay, never mind. Later I'll ask again. Okay. So today we have with us 8 very distinguished practitioner speakers from regulator as well as industry. Okay. Rule. Don't talk too much. Just give just give succinct. Okay. We are going to address some of these challenges. Okay, what is stopping us from collaborating between each other? Okay, regulators speak one kind of language, industry speak one kind of language. Yeah, but how best can we bridge this two? Okay, so my question to all panelists. Okay, yeah, I must do some work here. Okay. Practical answer, okay? Don't give me theory, okay? Practical answers. Across our region, no single organization can address increasingly complex quality and regulatory challenges alone. Correct? Agree or not? Cannot? So in your experience, what is the single most important ingredient for building successful and sustainable collaboration between regulators, industry, and international organizations? One single ingredient can. Don't tell me carrot or whatever, or potato, no. One single ingredient most important in for the building of successful and sustainable collaboration. Maybe, okay, Dr. Noraida. He's smiling at me.
I'm smiling at you because you make me twice today to on the stage. Okay, I think I keep on my principle. Yeah, one ingredient to become a chief collaboration among us is trust through the capacity building. We need to have a good alignment of understanding in whatever we have so that we build the mutual trust and accept all whatever we want to do for the sake of the quality and safety of the product.
Okay, trust. How about Wei Chen?
I think coming from this symposium, from USP-BPOM joint symposium, I think the key lesson I would like everyone to think about is commitment. USP is after all an organization of over 200 years. Biopharma is over 100 years. There's a lot of commitment to quality assured products. My center is over 11 years, still very young, but I think we are committed to push for regulatory excellence, to enable regulatory excellence, and making sure patients have access to quality products.
Thank you. So you all heard, huh? Trust, commitment, that's your game. Yes, Dr. Uzu?
Thank you. So from my experience, I believe it's important to develop the mutual understanding. So based on the common understanding, next step, we set the concrete goal. After that, we proceed to the concrete goal. That is it.
Very good. Yes, yes. How about Ibu In?
Okay, so I cannot agree more than trust and commitment, but this shall be built not just in one day, in one hour, but it needs to be built through the communication.
See, communication, you see?
Okay.
Ibu Esther Dusty?
Perhaps complementing from others, it is open communication to have more alignment on scientific standards. Because without this alignment or harmonization, the collaboration will be fragmented. So it will not having one outcome or clear objectives.
I love you. Thank you.
Love you too.
Ibu Asti. You know,
I love you too.
I love you too. Yeah.
Actually, already mentioned with all people, and I just want to share our deputy chairperson direction to building mutual trust with frequent communication and like people, girl and boy, girlfriend and boyfriend. Pacaran, what do you call it? Pacaran in English?
I don't know. I'll Google Translate.
Like Indonesian people pacaran, so building trust is based on frequent communication, same perception, same vision, same language. Thank you.
Paul?
Thank you. Well, I don't think you can cook a very good dish with one ingredient. And I don't think I could give you a great answer to this question with one thing, but if I have to choose, I would say probably either a shared agenda or a shared goal.
Oh no, Paul, you get my answer. How come?
No, it's
Yes,
okay. So
Ibu Eva.
I think from USP perspective, is a shared goal that very important for the collaboration. I mean, regulatory industry, even international organization, like we might have different mandate, different perspective, but you know, the collaboration that we have together have the same goal. It is to provide a safe medication for a public use. So that is the main goal that we have to go after.
I love you.
I love you too.
Yeah, so how many words have you captured? Trust, commitment, communication, alignment on scientific standards. Love you. That's deep. Yeah. Pacaran. Is it? shared goals. Okay, all right. So knowing this is one thing. Okay, putting it into action is another thing. Correct. People very good at talking, right? But how do we put this into action? So now I ask, how can industry become a more constructive partner in supporting these regulatory initiatives while maintaining compliance and patient trust? Give me some practical collaboration and shared responsibility. Maybe Ibu Testi.
Yeah, from our industry perspective, the constructive feedback is to have active engagement. So like my presentation earlier, we actively advocate what's going on in the global level, and then we update, and then we propose like having adoption, seeing what is the situation in Indonesia and what can be adopted from there.
Okay, active engagement. All regulators here. This is from Voice of Industry. Active engagement. How about Ibu ST? Now we hear from our regulator.
Yeah, maybe the meaning is the same, active engagement actually, but for regulator, we should have open mind for and can read the real need of the stakeholder, the need of the industry. The industry with the geopolitical dynamic of our world, so I think there is many challenges for industry, and the regulators should also can read that need.
Okay. So we have active engagement from regulator point of view is open mind, we understand the needs. How about Wei Chen? What would you say? Being a neither here nor there, not academic, not industry. You were once upon a time a regulator, I know. Yeah.
I think I echo both speakers' view. I think coming together with a shared goal and to work together, constant dialogue and moving together as a journey, that's the key to the success.
How about Ibu Dr. Noraida?
I think I agree with it.
They don't like that. No, I mean,
No,
yes.
like that. I think talking about my through my experience, engagement is true. The readiness of the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, to comply with all the standards, and then I think that is something that we need to industry to keep maintain to maintain the pharmaceutical quality system, rather than each time regulatories need to enforce. You know, you need to do your self-regulates. To those, because there's so many standards and harmonized standards. So what we going to inspect or regulate is the same standards. So be ready whenever you need to be ready.
So I think hearing from both sides, and I believe that between regulators and industry, you all need to have some form of a common platform, of a common channel. I know that regulators, whenever they want to roll out anything, they'll have stakeholder consultation, public consultation. Betul, right? Correct, right? So industry must participate lah. When they have this kind of public stakeholder, then you must quickly participate, put in your feedback and things like that. At least you do your part. Then all these will channel, and then you get a more wholesome, holistic input from the concerned stakeholder, so that when they roll out anything, you all go into this thing eyes open, yeah, and not say, "Hey, I don't know what." Correct. Yeah, so I think communication is very key. And as much as regulator push down things, okay, I mean they implement this, implement that, they have a very hard life lah. Okay, industry need to understand. Okay, that there is a reason behind all these requirements, and it's all, if you boil down to it, is for patient safety, for you and me. Okay, for you and me. Okay, so next, I will ask maybe Paul. Okay, the landscape is evolving rapidly. This one we know. We heard it yesterday, today, with biologics, advanced therapies, complex supply chains, AI, digital technologies, emerging quality risks. Which emerging challenge do you believe requires the strongest cross-sector collaboration, and why? And what role do you think should international standards and scientific collaboration play in helping countries prepare for these future challenges?
You ask me the tough questions.
Are you TGA?
Yeah. I'm gonna put on the USP regional chapter.
Oh, you chapter chair.
Hat. Well, I mean, on this one in particular, I think the USP resolutions are a very good guide. Actually, I think particularly resolution 2. I don't remember the exact wording, but it's along the lines of ensuring or helping to ensure access for everybody to new and the most important biological medicines. And I think this is where the challenge really lies for regulatory authorities. You know, the world has moved, you know, beyond just small molecules. For a very long time, we've been living with biological medicines, but you know, their relevance continues to increase. And now when we balance that with, you know, advanced therapy, medical products coming in, gene therapies, you know, it's a complex landscape. But for biological medicines, they're going to become more and more the mainstay. And you need the standards to go along with those. And you need industry, and local manufacturing are going to be a backbone of that throughout the globe. So regulators need to be able to regulate these therapies. Industry need to be able to produce quality assured products, and the standards need to be there to go along with them. So I think as a shared challenge, that, I mean, if I had to pick one, that would probably be my top.
Thank you. How about Ibu Ella?
For us in USP, we can see that it is a very complex situation right now with all the innovation that coming in, okay? But us as the USP, as an independent scientific organization, this is we play the role. We could bring an expert or different stakeholder together. We will provide we are now developing a platform, our USP emerging standard, where this platform we could bring a different expert from a different stakeholder, from regulator, industry, academia, even other international organization, to address all this emerging product that is coming out in the market. So this is what actually one of the things that USP trying to do to address this kind of issue.
Okay. How about Dr. Uzu? Do you have anything to share with this regard?
Thank you. So I believe complex supply chain as well as AI and digital technology is a challenging because so these issues is cross not products specific. They are common issues, so that cross sector activities important for that.
How about Ibu Iin? Do you have anything to comment?
So from industry perspective, in many cases, industry develop the new technology, for example, and this new technology need to share or to communicate or to tell to the regulator, because at the end of the day, we need the standard. And we need somebody to develop, and which is a regulator who develop the standard. So we help the regulator to understand our technology, and the regulator will help us with the standard.
With that, how about Ibu Asti? How do you respond to that?
Yeah, maybe I will focus to the advanced therapy and AI. For advanced therapy, I think if possible, USP maybe can can develop some center of excellence in area Asia. You already have a laboratory in US and also Hyderabad, right? Maybe if the biological therapeutic can be developed in Asia, and right now and already developed in most of some country in Asia, if USP can building the center of excellence of advanced therapy in Asia, it will be much give us a benefit because you are a pioneer in the standard development. I think, and many industry about advanced therapy also developing in Asia, especially Korea, South Korea, and also China. Maybe it will be a very give us a very high benefit. And the second one for AI, maybe I will tell some story. When I joined the DIA forum last month, 70% more is about AI, and all the stringent authority, national NRA for stringent country, now developing the pilot project about AI because they can very fast the process reading, especially in the evaluation is reading is very much takes time. So if AI can help us for that kind of process, and USP can facilitate us collaborate with OpenAI, Google, to develop or to make some pilot project in this area, it will Indonesia very welcome and very much eager to join this pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the buzzword now is AI. Everybody also depend on AI. And then what happened to human? We need to be something different, right? How about Ibu Desti? What do you have to add to this?
The challenge that we discussed like currently is perhaps on top of advanced therapy, it is targeted therapy because currently most of the innovative drug is more on the targeted therapy. So in terms of clinical trial and then perhaps on the quality standards, perhaps it need to be way more advanced. So in terms of dossier and then the review of our application, it needs close collaboration because it is something very new perhaps, and it is something that a rare condition as well.
Yes, indeed. I think especially when you go into innovation areas, cell gene therapy areas or advanced, I mean the unknown is so huge. The space of unknown is not like the small molecules that is quite established. So both regulators as well as industries are also struggling, trying to understand and find a nice sweet spot that they can actually work on it and approve appropriately. Wei Jian, I know you're dying to say something. Yes.
No, I wanted to add on the conversation beyond health products, where it focus on the new emerging technologies, but we should also look at the health services, the delivery of the services. In addition to that, we are actually working against the backdrop of aging population, increasing non-communicable disease and communicable disease. So all this adds on to the complexity and the fragmentation of the regulatory as well as your reference standards.
Yeah, more so with aging population, we all also long for a longevity pill, right? Probably in the form of cell gene therapy, I don't know. But then anyway, thank you for your comments. Okay, the next one we go. Okay, now we talk, we say in the earlier one, what do we say? Trust, commitment, and any other thing? Y'all see, y'all forget, is it? Communication, alignment, yeah? So, oh yeah, mute that. So if now we talk about commitment for the future. I mean, you can talk, yes, we know we all have shared problems, we need to have shared goals, we need to communicate, we need to have commitment. So if you could make one commitment today, pretend if you need to make a commitment today that will strengthen collaboration across regulators, industry, international partners in APEC, okay, Asia Pacific. Don't need to talk about the world, just APEC only. Over the next 3 to 5 years, what would it be? One commitment. Think, I give you 1 minute. From your perspective, a commitment for the future. Don't tell me you retire, okay? But one commitment, yeah, that would strengthen the collaboration across regulators, industry, and international partners, like example USP. Okay. 3 to 5 years. Okay, time's up. Dr. Uzu.
So in my presentation, I emphasize that international collaboration is important. So international collaboration is important. So our commitment is Japan is located in Asia Pacific area. So we continue to proceed the international collaboration. For example, so PMDA has the Asia Training Center to provide the trainings for this area. And also 2 years ago, PMDA established Asia office in Bangkok. So they collect the needs to training, etc. So we will continue to.
Very good. PMDA has an office in Bangkok. Okay, FYI. All right. Paul, what would you say? You have more than a minute to sing already. Yeah, one commitment.
We already made our commitment, Ruth. So Australian government, as I mentioned, has been committed to working with regulators in the region for a very long time, but more formally since 2018 through the Indo-Pacific Regulatory Strengthening Program. And it's my great hope that that will continue on. At least it will do for the next couple of years, but hopefully with funding beyond that, let's see. But I think our commitment is to continue to work with our counterpart regulatory authorities and be very open to working with other partner organisations, whether they be technical assistance providers, standard setting organisations, NGOs, donors, whoever that might be. And then also, I think, given the fact that we have so many WLAs, given the fact that we have maturity level 3 regulators, given that we have so much commitment to working together, I think finding alignment between other regulatory authorities who are working in the same way that we are, like the PMDA, MFDS Korea, for example, as well. I think we're very open to exploring the shared agendas and making sure that the value is built for our region.
Thank you. How about Dr. Noraida?
Yeah, I think we could have strengthened the collaboration as what we did with ASEAN. Then we could extend with the APEC so that we can build more trust and more reliance.
Okay. Wei Chen?
I'm currently leading the regulatory system strengthening at the Center of Regulatory Excellence. So I'm committed to regulatory system strengthening, working with different partners, the industry, the regulators, and standard setting organizations. And I think regulatory system strengthening is both individual, which is vertical, and making sure that individuals are really well skilled with the latest technology and latest knowledge, as well as at institutional level, strengthening your procedures, as what was highlighted by WHO, in order to patch the gaps, whether it's market control, surveillance, or pharmacovigilance. It has to be vertical as horizontal. And our center cannot do it alone. We really need different organizations, such as all who's represented in this panel, to move towards that goal.
Thank you. How about Ibu Desti? A commitment?
The commitment is we will keep maintain to be true partner to Indonesia government. And right now, basically, we have a project or working group to increase the accessibility and then the availability and affordability of innovative medicine. IPMG working with Ministry of Health as well as BPOM to have more measurable action to increase this innovative medicine in Indonesia.
Thank you. How about Ibu Iin?
So, as an Indonesian manufacturer, so we commit to support the resiliency of the Indonesian health security, of course, and also the not only Indonesian but also the region.
Yeah. Okay. Have Ibu Asti?
Yeah, I think the same with others. We should develop mutual trust with frequent communication, frequent work sharing through joint assessment. Indonesia really commitment for that. So to increase the frequency of joint assessment, maybe we can expand to generic medicine like our colleague from GP Pharmacy proposed. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you raised a very important, very practical platform under the ASEAN platform, which is a joint assessment. I think this is something that we should tap on since we are here. Ibu Ella, have anything to add?
For sure, we are here. USP will strengthen and we sustain our platform as a science-based collaboration platform where we are planning to bring all our stakeholder, regulator, industry, academia together to identify a shared quality challenge and turns that challenge together into a practical and capability building where we can have a better quality product for our people to use.
Yeah, thank you. So guys, are you all awake? So what have we been talking about over this 25 minutes? Yeah, so we have started with building effective partnerships. What is the so-called ingredient, Singapore's ingredient in building successful and sustainable collaboration? Of course, you hear from our panel words like trust, commitment, pacaran, okay, communication, alignment, etc. Yeah, okay. That one stays in my mind. I must go and find out what's the meaning. Second, we move on to from the dialogue to action. How can we put this into action? Of course, one of very clear thing that came across is active engagement, and then from regulators' point of view is to keep an open mind, listen to the needs of the industry. So then with this, we went on to talk about addressing some of the emerging quality challenges, such as maybe like biologics or advanced therapies or complex supply chain. And of course, we hear from our various speakers, their response. Some feel that the supply chain is pretty complex, it's something to focus on. Some felt that biologics is an area that's really like, fast growing and it's a lot of unknown. So these are some of the areas that we need to, will give us greatest challenge, especially coming to work together on that. And of course, finally, is after saying all this, then what's the one commitment for the future? Of course, then here we have our panel who unanimously in a way says that there's a need for communication, international collaboration, and using existing platform to strengthen, like example, the joint assessment program and things like that. So it is encouraging to hear that despite all our different roles, okay, we all share the same objective. At the end of the day, we are to ensure that patients have access to safe and effective quality medicines. Patient is not just third party. One day we also become patient. So we will be the one. So today's discussion reminds us that collaboration is no longer optional. You cannot stay in an island alone. You need community, you need partners, okay, like-minded partners. And it is essential for addressing increasingly complex public health challenges, as can be heard from the panel here. Life is going to get more complex, although we would like to live our life more simple, but then things get a bit complex. And then with AI, lagi more complex, right? Yeah. So anyway, now I turn back to the audience. In one word, what do you believe the biggest barrier to stronger collaboration between regulators and industry? Raise your hand now when I say. Who believe in trust is the strongest barrier? Raise hand. Anybody? Again, Ramesh, wow, you don't believe. You don't believe that trust is the strongest barrier, biggest barrier. How about communication? Okay. The rest are sleeping. Resources? Okay. Yeah, Amanda feels resources. Yeah, she's the boss. Transparency? Yeah. Okay. Alignment? Alignment? No. Capacity? Okay, I feel. So bottom line, I see from the hands, communication seems to be one of the area that poses the biggest barrier to stronger collaboration. All speak different language, think differently, different channel, yeah. You think this way, I think that way, then there's no agreement, yeah. So with that, I'd like to thank my 8 distinguished panel speakers for giving their succinct remarks, and thank you so much. I know I make you work very hard, but never mind. So can we all give them a round of applause? Their work ends now. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh yeah, photo. Foto. Forgotten about photo. Indonesia never forget photo. My colleague will come and take photo. Only people. We have two guys, but the two guys stand center. Two guys can go center. Two guys stand center. Who can go center? Pacaran. Pacaran. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the strategic closing session. This session will summarize the key outcomes of the symposium and highlight future opportunities for continued collaboration between USP, BPOM, and partner. Please welcome Mr. Anthony Tan, General Manager and Senior Director of USP Asia Pacific.
You know, after the session from Ruth, it's a bit difficult for me to follow up, right? I think she did very well to keep all of you awake after lunch, right? Okay, so thank you, Ruth. Thank you very much. Just to quickly wrap up today, we started off with Ibu Linda, okay, from BPOM, summarizing yesterday's sessions, okay, and basically two key points, right? The importance of scientific and technical standards in terms that plays a role in reliance, okay, as well as strengthening regulatory systems through collaboration. And you know, today we hear there are a few things that a few themes that cuts across every session, right? Okay, we hear just now what we said with the panel from industry and the regulators, right? We talk about trust, we talk about commitment, alignment, very important, communications as well, okay? What cuts across all this, okay, is really the fact that in order to be able to have a proper understanding and expectations between all stakeholders, right? And this is where an organization, what USP provides, to be able to standardize and have alignment in terms of expectations and goals as well. Right? Then later in the morning, we started off. We had Ibu Weni, okay, from MOH, okay, who representing Ibu Rizka, okay, to talk about, give us a very good, excellent overview of Indonesia's health policy direction from 2025 to 2045. You know, coming from Singapore, right? Everything is so small, and then when she talks about Indonesia, everything is so large, right? So it's so amazing of what the plan that the Indonesian government has come up for the health policy, right? Okay. Very importantly, okay, equitable access to safe, effective, and quality healthcare for all citizens. Okay? Capacity building, okay, she alluded to the BPOM and USP collaboration on the role of strengthening regulatory systems through standards, right? Okay, and also on the sustainable supply of local products in Indonesia. Right? So from Indonesia as a country to the regional perspective, we had Scientific Officer Sylvia Lakshmi Sadi from ASEAN Secretariat. Again, she stressed the fact that there is a need, okay, to remove technical barrier to trade in the pharmaceutical sector. And what the ASEAN Secretariat is doing about this is really about talking about transparency of standards and regulations, adoption of internationally recognized standards, mutual recognition agreement, technical harmonization of regulators. And then she shared the work plan or PPWG from 2026 to 2030. And just to let you know that USP is planning to re-engage the ASEAN Secretariat on the PPWG as well. Okay. From there, from the regional perspective, we went to the global perspective. Okay, we had Dr. Rotendo Kuana as well as Dr. Natasha Guerra Simons to speak on the global perspective on WHO regulatory excellence and product quality. An overview of the WHO global benchmarking tools was given, okay, as well as the importance, okay, of pharmaceutical standards being used with compendial methods. Okay, that was stressed very clearly, and the example and the case that they gave was really on the excipients on the EGDG issue that was faced. Then my colleague, Chris Cowell, okay, facilitated a panel of the ASEAN regulators, okay, from BPOM, from PMDA, from NPRA and TGA to share implementation and challenges, in inspections, post-market surveillance, quality oversight, and regulatory reliance practices. Right? Common theme coming out from there, resources. Okay? Increased workload with lower funding and same or less HR resources, right? Effective implementation of pharmaceuticals, pharmacopoeia standards, competencies as well. It's also a call for increased exchanges and dialogue. Okay, and again, that's one of the common themes that we heard throughout all these sessions, right? Okay, and two important things going forward as well. Firstly, keeping pace with technological and scientific advances. I think that's one. And the other one is digital and AI tools being used in regulatory strengthening. After lunch, okay, then we brought in, then besides the regulators, okay, also other stakeholders, important stakeholders, the industry, okay, and other stakeholders as well. We started off with the Korean KOBIA, the Korean Biomedicines Industry Association, okay, who shared more on the challenges, okay, for biopharmaceuticals, okay, and really called for clarity, harmonization, guidance, predictability, and probably the most important steps in their opinion, right? Okay, and it's important is early dialogue, communications again. Okay, PMRJ, okay, shared the issues that they had with generic drugs in Japan, okay, and not and also the causes, okay, which is basically manufacturing issues and quality issues, and call for international collaboration within also the PDG group. GP pharmacies, challenges on new requirements and raw material specifications, HR facility equipment readiness, and then regulatory variation issues as well, and costs. IPMG was very interesting, okay, coming from more the innovative industry, streamlining regulatory pathways through and reliance pathways, the advocacy for the use of international pharmacopoeia. Okay, so they had a call for clearer pathway collaboration between industry regulators and other stakeholders. Okay, and PSI talking about the importance of standards in fighting substandard and falsified medicines. Okay. So we ended off, of course, with the dialogue very entertainingly and very well conducted by Ruth, okay, and bringing all the stakeholders together, looking at how the challenges as well as making a commitment, a call to action on how we can, all the stakeholders to work together. So that's a lot. There's a lot, very rich conversations today, and I thank everyone here, okay, for the panelists, the speakers, for all your insights, for all your sharing of your knowledge and all your thoughts, right? And also for everyone here for being a very attentive and engaging audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony, for summarizing the key outcomes and future collaboration priorities. Okay, here, Bapak William, the Deputy Chairperson for Drugs, Narcotics, Psychotropic Precursor, and Addictive Substance Control, who is joined virtually. Good afternoon, Bapak William. Welcome and thank you for joining us virtually. We are honored to have you with us today. Okay, before we close this event, we would like to present certificate of appreciation to our distinguished panelists in recognition of their valuable contribution to this discussion. Please welcome all the panelists to join us here, and also Ibu Linda Kurniawardani as Head of Cooperation and Public Relations BPOM to give the appreciation for the panelists. Please all the panelists for joining us here.
Okay, we have Paul, okay, to give to Paul. Ibu Asti next, yeah? And then who else? Dr. Uzu next, okay? Dr. Noraida for all the hard work, yeah? 3 times. Ibu Desti also. Ibu Asti? Ibu Asti. Ibu Asti, okay. After Ibu Asti is Dr. Uzu. Oh, Uzu left. Oh, come in. Okay. Okay, Dr. Uzu. Just go by the line. Dr. Noraida. Next one. I think before you take the page. Yeah. You hold. Okay. Dr. Noraida. Next is Ibu Desti. Ibu Desti. After Desti is Dr. Tan Koi Wei Chuan. After Dr. Tan Koi Wei Chuan is Dr. Lien Nguyen Thi Huong. Dr. Lien from Vietnam. Are you here? Yes. Okay. Dr. Lien from NIDQC. Okay. After Dr. Lien is Ibu Nova. Ibu Nova. Oh, yes. After Ibu Nova is Dr. Shanti. After Dr. Shanti is Dr. Kate Choi. Yeah, Dr. Kate Choi. Yeah. The next one is Ramesh. Ramesh here. Ramesh hilang. Ramesh go toilet maybe. I think Ramesh not here. How about Ella? Is Ella here? Ella is Ella. That's all. That's it.
Once again, thank you for all panelists for their contribution in this event. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the official closing ceremony of the USP-BPOM Joint Symposium. Over the past 2 days, we have shared valuable insights, exchanged experiences, and strengthened collaboration among regulatory authorities, international partners, industry stakeholders, and scientific communities. To conclude this meaningful symposium, we will hear closing remarks from our distinguished leaders, reflecting on the key outcomes of this event and the shared commitment to advancing regulatory excellence and pharmaceutical quality system. To begin, it is our pleasure to invite the Deputy Chairperson for Drugs, Narcotics, Psychotropic, Precursor, and Addictive Substance Control, Bapak Dr. William Aditeja, MD, BMed, MEd, who is joining us virtually to deliver his closing remarks.
Our esteemed and distinguished speaker, Amanda from the USP, Dr. Jenny Liu for USP, Myungkoo Kim, USP, Chris Colwell from USP, and the representative from Indonesian BPOM, Malaysia, Dr. Noraida, Thailand FDA, Vietnam FDA, Philippine FDA, Dear Joyce, Republic of Korea, MFDS, Australia TGA, Dr. Paul, and Japan PMDA, Dr. Maegawa-san. And all participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all of you. As we bring today's proceedings to a close, I am reminded that the strength of any regulatory system lies not only in the rules it enforces, but in the partnership it builds. Over the course of this symposium, we have witnessed exactly that spirit of partnership between regulator, scientists, and industry leader coming together in the same room to speak candidly about the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for pharmaceutical quality in our region. Reflecting on our journey together, I must also share how I enjoy the discussion on the first day, particularly when Prof. Taruna and I joined the panel discussion. It was an exceptionally inspiring session that truly set a profound tone for the entire symposium. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion have taken us across the full breadth of what regulatory excellence demands. We begin with a shared reflection on Indonesian regulatory transformation and our continuing readiness for WSO listed authority status. A recognition that would affirm what many of us already know, that Indonesian FDA's oversight system stand shoulder to shoulder with the highest international benchmark. We then turn to the scientific foundation of quality, emerging USP standard on excipients, elemental impurities, and residual solvents, and the evolving expectation for biological testing. Discussion that remind us that regulatory confidence is only as strong as the science behind it. In our regulatory engagement session, colleagues from across Asia Pacific spoke openly about inspection readiness, reliance mechanism, and the practical realities of implementation. And this afternoon, industry voice reminded us that compliance is not a burden imposed from above, but a shared responsibility built through dialogue, transparency, and mutual understanding. What has stood out to me most today is a simple but powerful idea that innovation and reliance mean little without trust. And trust is built one honest conversation at a time. The dialogue we have had here between BPOM, USP, pharmaceutical industry, and our regional partner is precisely the kind of engagement that turns regulatory ambition into regulatory readiness. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the Indonesian FDA, this symposium reaffirmed our continuing commitment to strengthening Indonesian pharmaceutical quality ecosystem in step with international benchmark and in service of public health. Our journey toward WHO listed authority status is not simple a matter of institutional recognition. It is a commitment to the million of patients who rely on us to ensure that every medicine on the market is safe, effective, and assured quality. Behind every regulatory document, behind every rigorous testing standard, and behind every bilateral negotiation table we navigate, there are human face placing their highest hopes in us. There is a mother praying for an effective medicine for her child, a child wishing for a parent's swift recovery, and millions of Indonesian citizens who deserve the promise of a better and healthier life. Therefore, our efforts today culminate in one core moral commitment: fast access for the Indonesian public, safe, of high quality, and beneficial for consumption. The insights shared today on analytical standard, quality risk management, and regulatory reliance will directly inform how we continue to refine our regulatory framework and strengthen our collaboration with USP, WHO, and our Asia-Pacific counterpart. I would also like to recognize the value of the regional exchange we have witnessed today. Hearing directly from our colleagues across Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, Australia, Japan, Singapore, and Thailand has enriched our understanding of the shared challenge we face and the collective solution without our reach. Regional harmonization is not achieved through document alone. It is achieved through precisely this kind of sustained, honest, and technical grounded dialogue. On behalf of Indonesian FDA, I extend my sincere appreciation to the United States Pharmacopoeia for its continued partnership and scientific leadership, to the World Health Organization for its guidance on our path toward WLA recognition, to our fellow regulators from across the region for their candor and collegiality, and to our industry partner for their constructive engagement throughout the day. I would also like to thank our speaker, moderator, and organizing team whose efforts have made today's rich exchange of ideas possible. Before I conclude this address, please allow me to express my sincerest apologies for being unable to join all of you in person at this closing session. My physical absence is not way diminish my profound respect and deep appreciation for this esteemed forum and for every participant who has dedicated their time and insight today. Let us carry forward the momentum built here today, not as the conclusion of our collaboration, but as another step in an ongoing journey toward regulatory excellence, scientific rigor, and regional harmonization. May the connection made and the idea exchange today continue to bear fruit in the month ahead as we work together toward a future in which every patient in every corner of our region can trust in the quality of the medicine they depend on. With that, and with a deep sense of shared purpose for the health of our people, I officially conclude the USP-BPOM Joint Symposium. Thank you, and I look forward to our continued collaboration tomorrow and beyond. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak William, for the valuable closing message and for affirming BPOM's commitment to strengthening regulatory collaboration and partnership. We will now hear the closing remarks from Ms. Amanda Cowley, Executive Vice President of the United States Pharmacopoeia. Ms. Cowley, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Chairperson William, for those very inspiring thoughts. I will speak only briefly to thank you all and express my appreciation on behalf of the U.S. Pharmacopoeia for BPOM, the speakers, the moderators, the industry partners, the regulators, WHO, and academia who have joined us these last many days for these wonderful sessions. We have a special appreciation for our hosts, Professor Taruna, Deputy Chairperson William, Ibu Linda Wadhani, and the BPOM organizing team who have shown such excellent organization and hospitality for us as we have joined you here today. Thank you so much. We recognize BPOM's leadership and its continued progress towards WHO listed authority status. We are very excited and we feel privileged to be part of this journey with you. Reflecting on the last 2 days, it is clear to me, and even more clear than ever before, that the global supply of quality medicine depends on a shared mission and a shared sense of responsibility among us all, industry, regulators, and standard-setting organizations. Doing this requires collaboration and partnership, and doing this well in the current moment with the challenges of new technology changes, biological innovation, and shifting geopolitical context, even more calls on us to collaborate with one another, to share knowledge, to build understanding and trust, and to work towards reliance and convergence. As we do that together, that is how we will succeed. It has been very inspirational these past days to get to meet many of you and to hear the conversations that we have had. It is my joy to celebrate and to reaffirm our commitment to one another and also to reaffirm USP's commitment to APAC. We look forward to long and enduring partnerships with all of you and the success that we will build towards together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cowley, for your inspiring remarks and for highlighting the importance of continued collaboration in advancing medicine, quality, and regulatory excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the USP-BPOM Joint Symposium. On behalf of the Indonesian Food and Drug Authority, BPOM, and the United States Pharmacopoeia, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderators, participants, partners, and supporting teams for your valuable contribution throughout this symposium. We hope the discussion, insight, and connection will over these 2 days will continue to support stronger regulatory system and greater collaboration toward ensuring access to quality, safe, and effective medicine. Thank you very much, and we wish you a pleasant afternoon. But before we close this event, for all the participants can enjoy the dishes that have prepared by committee outside this room. Please enjoy the refreshment for the dishes. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang dari BPOM mungkin ya nanti minta tolong untuk diisi untuk link evaluasi, kemudian presensi dan juga post-testnya jangan lupa untuk diisi juga di link tree yang telah disediakan panitia. Terima kasih, silakan untuk menikmati makanan yang telah disediakan.